delighted to be able to welcome so many of you back in person. My name's Helen Sullivan, and I have the great privilege of opening the Indonesia Update this year. I serve as the Dean of the College of Asia and the Pacific, in which the Indonesia Project and the Indonesia Institute sit. And I have been involved on the fringes, if you like, of the Indonesia Update for a number of years in different guises, and I'm very excited about one of the things I get to do today, which I'm not going to share with you just yet. But to begin, I would like to acknowledge and celebrate the first Australians on whose lands we are meeting today and extend my respect to elders past and present. We, of course, are meeting here on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, and I am conscious that we have people joining us online from all over the world, I imagine, and I would like to extend my respect to the First Nations people who are present with us today. So as you all know, and it takes no repeating, but it's always worth repeating, the ANU Indonesia Project is a leading international centre of research and graduate training on the society and economy of Indonesia. And the ANU, and we're very proud of this, which is why we keep saying these things, we have the largest concentration of scholars working on Indonesia anywhere in the world outside of Indonesia itself, and long may that continue. This year's Indonesia Update takes a long-term view of gender equality and diversity, its progress and challenges since Indonesia's democratic transition. And looking back over the past 20 years, the conference will explore the various social, cultural, political and economic forces that have shaped relations between the genders and how equality and diversity is currently challenged, realised and restricted. This is the first Indonesia Update in 20 years to focus primarily on gender. In 2001, Emeritus Professor Cathy Robinson and Professor Sharon Bessel convened the Women in Indonesia Gender, Equity and Development Indonesia Update, and I am delighted that Cathy Robinson is with us today. Thank you, Cathy, for everything that you have done in the past and the wonderful legacy that you have left that we hope now to continue to build on. In this year's Indonesia Update, interdisciplinary and multidimensional perspectives will paint us a picture of how gender relations give shape to and are shaped by different settings, different policies, institutions and processes. The three conference conveners, representing the fields of anthropology, economics and human geography, have brought together an equally diverse group of people intimately involved in promoting gender equality across research, policy and advocacy. Taking a gender relations approach, the next day and a half seeks to go beyond simple questions of women's status in society to understand the politics of gender difference, and the panels deconstruct patterns of gender relations and interrogate the fields of economics, social policy, politics, art and culture. The first panel will set the scene with the ways in which political ideologies continue to inform gender identities and their place in society, and what the contestations look like. Anthropologists will help us understand how gender ideals of the new order, where women were caregivers and men were breadwinners, continue to shape the space for gender equality, and what form contestations to gender diversity take. The second panel will detail the great economic shifts of the natural resource boom and ask critical questions about what these economic opportunities have meant for relations between men and women. Have opportunities led to a shift in equality between men and women? And these, of course, are conversations that are really germane not just to Indonesia, but also to Australia, which also has experienced its own natural resources boom over the generations. The final panel focuses on cultural change and gender relations. Through visual art, cinematic and collective action, we see emerging and alternative narratives around gender relations. For those that have already registered, if that isn't enough for you today, tonight we have a unique addition to the update to celebrate holding the conference in person after 2 years of the update being online. Angeli Bexley has curated an exhibition of women artists, and we will have gamelan, Indonesian dance and Indonesian food. So if you haven't signed up for that, I'd encourage you to do so. I would, of course, like to thank the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade for their continued support for the Indonesia project and for the ANU more broadly. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is one of our key supporters, one of our key partners at the university, and we are incredibly grateful to them for their ongoing support, which is incredibly long-standing, as many of you know, for the Indonesia project. And finally, I would also like to thank Her Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Minister for Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, for agreeing to speak tomorrow. So for those of you who are here tomorrow, you will be able to hear her speak. This is a fantastic event, and I'm not going to take up too much more of your time because I know you're all anxious to get into it. But I am so aware of the incredible hard work that has gone into organising this update. It's wonderful to have people here in person, but we are, of course, very conscious that we continue to have an online presence, and we do not want to dilute the experience for people who are online either. Logistically making all that work, particularly in an institution like the ANU, which is not exactly at the cutting edge of technological advances. We're at the cutting edge of many things, but that's one of the frontiers that still defeats us. So I am very conscious of the extraordinary work that has gone into organising this and making sure that everything and everybody are in the right place at the right time, saying the right things. So I would like to offer my thanks to the three co-conveners, to the Indonesia Project, the Indonesia Institute, and to everybody involved in making this what I'm sure will be a terrific success. And now, having waited a very long time to do this, I have been given the opportunity to use this wonderful, wonderful mallet. And I get, and apparently I'm told I can do this as hard as I like. Prepare yourselves. So with the banging of this gong, I'm now able to declare the Indonesia update officially open.
Thank you so much, Helen, and I should also thank you personally and the College of Asia and the Pacific for the support for this Indonesia update, because without that support it would have been difficult to hold the event in this format, so thank you very much. Now we come to the political update of the Indonesia Update Conference. It's a long tradition to start each Indonesia Update Conference with an overview of what has happened in Indonesia politically in the last year. And I'm very grateful that we have two excellent speakers today, but before I introduce them, I wanted to thank Acho for removing the clock in the back, because in good ANU tradition it wasn't working. Talking about cutting-edge technology at ANU, and it could have misled speakers into believing that they have way more time than they actually have. But let's get right to it. So we first hear from Dr. Ken Setiawan, a senior lecturer at the University of Melbourne. She will speak for 40 minutes, and she will bring a new approach to interpreting Indonesian politics. Many of you who have attended previous political updates will have heard a lot about democratic decline in Indonesia, and Ken will bring a fresh perspective on that issue. And after that, we have Lila Sari, who is a PhD candidate at the Department of Political and Social Change here at the Australian National University, who will provide commentary on Ken's presentation for 15 minutes. So without further ado, Ken, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Marcus, for your introduction. Also, would like to thank the ANU Indonesia Project for having me here today. It's a real honor to be here and to deliver the political update. So in over 10 years or so, we've become accustomed to, when we think about Indonesian politics and the nature of its democracy, we've become accustomed to this narrative of democratic decline. About 12 years ago, we first heard at this update that Indonesia's democracy was stagnating. And since then, things haven't really become better. Under the presidency of Joko Widodo, or Jokowi, we've witnessed deepening illiberalism. There was talk about Jokowi's authoritarian turn, and just a couple of years ago, it was concluded that Indonesia's democracy was in regression. And indeed, Indonesia's democratic deficits are very well known. Whether we talk about polarization, populism, securitization, increased surveillance, or human rights abuses, all those things are there. And indeed, if we look at the global context, Indonesia is not unique in any way. Fewer countries are transitioning to democracy, more countries are experiencing declining levels of freedom, and illiberal democracies are being broken down further. And then if we go just to the Southeast Asian region, we can safely say that Southeast Asia is not a fertile ground for democracy. In recent years, only Timor-Leste's democracy seems to have stabilized, whereas Malaysia continues to struggle with the transition to democracy. In Thailand, the military and the monarchy are in a stranglehold over power. In countries such as Brunei, Laos, Vietnam, and Singapore, Cambodia, we've seen the same regimes for a very long time. And of course, last year, Myanmar, we saw the return of the military to power. And this year, after the election of Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos in the Philippines, authoritarianism only seems to become entrenched further following the Duterte years. So, in comparison to that, Indonesia is actually doing quite well. And indeed, if we look at scores of Indonesia in leading democracy indexes globally, then Indonesia, that confirms that view. So in the Freedom in the World survey by Freedom House, Indonesia's score this year was the same as last year. Whereas in the Economist Intelligence Unit score, Indonesia's score went up 12 places in comparison to last year, recording one of the biggest improvements globally. What that also tells us is that regression and resilience run parallel to each other, and as such, we also need to think about democratic resilience. So my talk today proceeds in three parts. First of all, I will talk about indicators, developments of democratic resilience. I will particularly pay attention to the law on sexual violence, the rejection of a third term for Jokowi, and that there's no postponement of the 2024 elections, as well as the moderation of political polarization. In the second part of my talk, I will focus on Indonesia's democratic vulnerabilities, legal developments that in fact undermine accountability, ongoing militarization and subdivision of Papua, as well as ongoing pressures in the field of human rights, including freedom of expression and minority rights. And in the third part of my talk, I will look at the legacy that Jokowi is very actively trying to build now that that third term is off the table, looking at his push for the development of the new capital of Indonesia, Nusantara, and Jokowi's more assertive stance in foreign policy through Indonesia's presidency of the G20. So I'm first going to look at democratic resilience. And scholarly literature on democratic resilience tells us that democratic resilience is furthered through so-called institutions of accountability that operate on different levels. These may be electoral, judicial, and societal levels. In Indonesia, we have seen in the past year that play out at the societal level, while also some elites have shown support for democratic norms, practices, and institutions. So on that note, I'd like to go to the first case study, which is the law on sexual violence, and I'm very sure that we will hear more about that over the coming days. The law on sexual violence was passed in April of this year as a result of extensive civil society advocacy that ran well over a decade. So this law was a very long time in the making. And this law is incredibly important. It criminalizes 9 forms of sexual violence that are not covered in existing laws, such as forced marriage, sexual slavery, and online sexual violence, to just name 3 of them. The other really important part of this law is that it establishes a victim-centered approach in the handling of sexual violence cases. What that means is that anyone that is handling these cases, so think of the police, prosecutors, and judges, they must participate in specialized gender training, which will hopefully mean that they are also much more sensitive in dealing with cases of sexual violence. So it's an incredible step forward, whether we're talking about women's rights, gender equality, and more generally human rights. But why did it take so long? The bill was fiercely contested, coming from conservative Islamic groups and parties. So, for instance, the PKS said that if the bill would be passed, it would lead to sexual promiscuity and so-called deviant sexual behavior. And because of that, other parties were for a very long time unwilling to support the law or the bill. But then mid last year, momentum shifts, and this momentum shifts after there's increasing reports of sexual violence at Indonesian university campuses. The Indonesian Minister for Education, Nadiem Makarim, comes out publicly, says this is a critical emergency, it must be addressed. He then issued a ministerial regulation on the prevention and management of sexual violence in higher education. And not only that, but his regulation, or this regulation, receives very strong support from other ministers, including the Minister of Religious Affairs, Yakut Khalil Kumas, who issued a circular for the support of the regulation in religious institutions, religious education institutions as well. So it is strongly backed by senior government officials. And then early this year, Jokowi speaks out and urges for the bill to be addressed immediately. In some part, Jokowi's statements were related to high-profile cases of abuse of sexual violence that attracted widespread public condemnation and a real public pressure push for this bill to be passed. They include, for instance, and these are just two examples, the case of Heri Wirawan, the owner of an Islamic boarding school, who was convicted for the rape of 13 female students, all minors, as well as the son of a Kiai in Jombang, where in fact the police for years had known that this man had perpetrated sexual abuse, but the police struggled to arrest him as a result of this man being protected by other members of the Pesantren. So in that context of increased discourses, debates, outrage on sexual violence, it is in that context that the DPR, the People's Representative Council, passes the bill in April with support from all political parties except for the PKS. So the enactment of this law is a huge success for civil society in Indonesia, for women's rights organizations, for human rights groups that have pushed for this bill for a very long time, but was certainly also backed by the public, big segments of the public, and by the elites. So why did the elites all of a sudden back this bill, whereas for so long they did not do so? It is because, I believe, this bill played at this particular point in time into the interest of the government to push back on Islamism. Those strong stances against Islamism have become increasingly pronounced under Jokowi's second term, and this bill was thus an opportunity to push back against Islamism, and in so doing, very important and absolutely basic human rights protections were secured. I now will move to my second case study, which is that there is no third term for Jokowi and no postponement of the 2024 elections. And here in this case study, we similarly see some segments of the political elite and society backing these democratic norms. Now, the rumors of Jokowi extending his term, of delay of the elections, they've been around for a very long time. And Jokowi, we know that he wanted this third term, even if publicly for quite a while he made quite ambiguous statements, saying that, well, the matter is out of his hands, but if there's a constitutional amendment, then he will follow the constitution. And more recently, that, or earlier this year, that he was simply saying, well, there's nothing wrong with people talking about it. This debate is part of a democratic process and everyone's entitled to their own opinion. So why is this third term so problematic? Of course, as I mentioned, it requires constitutional change. And that constitutional change would change one of the main parts of Indonesia's democratic reforms, of its constitutional reforms that we have seen after the fall of authoritarianism. That two-term presidency is really key to that, and it's hugely symbolic of the democratic reforms that Indonesia has passed since then. The other reason why it's so problematic is that if this amendment would go through, it can in fact pave the way for more amendments, and in so doing undo some of Indonesia's more central democratic reforms, including possibly an end of direct presidential elections. So political elites were very divided about this, and in public the discourse, narrative around it was that proponents said, well, if Jokowi's term can be extended, if we delay elections, it will enhance political stability, it will aid with economic recovery now that Indonesia is coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, so that's a good thing, and also Jokowi is really popular, so several segments of the population are backing this, so there's actually, that's the reason why it should go ahead. Opponents, on the other hand, publicly said, well, it isn't in line with the constitutional reforms, it isn't in line with the spirit of reformasi, but of course, that's what they say in public, it is about much more than that. It is about their interests of these political elites. Opponents, most notably PDIP and Gerindra, their interests are in another area. So, for instance, Megawati hasn't really spoken out about it, but it is clear that she wants to push her own daughter ahead as a presidential candidate, Puan Maharani, whereas Prabowo from Gerindra, of course, wants to run again for the presidency. Opponents, on the other hand, proponents, they want to benefit and they want access to resources and ministerial positions, believe that they can do that by backing Jokowi, so they include PKB and PAN. The extension, of course, also plays into oligarchic interests, and the prime example of this is, of course, Luhut Panjaitan, the coordinating minister for maritime affairs and investment from the Golkar party. He has benefited massively politically under the Jokowi presidency and has accumulated also a lot of wealth. He has been very strong in his push and very public in his push for an extension of Jokowi's term. There were reports of Jokowi convening meetings with party leaders to discuss the postponement of elections, and he even came out publicly saying that he had big data that suggests that 110 million Indonesians, or about 40% of the population, support an extended term for Jokowi. Survey data from other organizations disputes that very clearly. So, for instance, a survey from Lembaga Survei Indonesia said that 68% of Indonesians, or those that participated in the survey, rejected a third term and rejected a postponement of elections. What is also interesting about the survey data is that it showed that the more the media discussed the postponement, the more people became aware and the more likely they were to reject the idea rather than support it. So all this talk about it, Luhut coming out and saying, well, it's a good thing, it didn't work. The other thing about the survey data that we know is that while some of the parties, such as PKB, PAN and Golkar, the party elites really supported the postponement, the electoral basis of these parties actually do not. So there is a difference there between the political elites and the people that vote for these parties. So what then happens is that in early April, student protests emerge, demanding of Jokowi to confirm that the elections will go ahead, to demand of him to step down at the end of his term. You might have seen the image of a protest on my first slide. And Jokowi then starts asking his ministers to stop discussing the whole matter. But this is, of course, not exactly the same as putting the issue completely to rest. And protests persist, and we know that Jokowi gets uncomfortable with these type of protests. And it is when the protest persists, but also as Jokowi knows that a lot of people actually do not like the idea at all, then he states that elections will go ahead as planned. And then Luhut, on this slide, comes out, meets with the students, and says that he had never advocated for a postponement to begin with. So, this third term is off the table. That is good news when we think of democratic resilience. What does it show us? It shows that Jokowi does not always get what he wants. It shows us that political elites are divided and that many oppose. That suggests maybe some salience of the Reformasi narrative and an adherence of constitutional norms, but it is mainly about their own interests. They want other things, and that is why they oppose. And thirdly, public opinion, and particularly public rejection, matters for Jokowi. He wants to be popular, it is important for the plans that he wants to push through, and it is important for the image that he wants to create. And I will come back to this in the third part of my talk also. So for the third case study, I look at a moderation of political polarization. Now, a certain level of political polarization is normal, is actually good for democracy, but the kind of polarization that we have seen in Indonesia has actually led to the weakening of democratic norms. So think of an increasing illiberal environment, increased intolerance, discrimination and violence, and a decreased protection of fundamental freedoms and civil liberties. In the past year, we have seen a number of developments that we can consider counter-polarization developments, such as the forming of coalitions between Islamic and secular pluralist parties in Indonesia. For instance, Golkar, PAN, and PPP are now together in the Koalisi Indonesia Bersatu, the United Indonesia Alliance, whereas Gerindra and PKB have teamed up to create the Kebangkitan Indonesia Raya, or the Great Indonesia Awakening Alliance. Members of these coalitions have distanced themselves publicly from polarization. So they have said, we want a campaign based on merits. We don't want any identity politics anymore. We need to have more coalitions, more presidential contenders. And that sentiments, those ideas, are very much also shared by currently unaligned parties. So that seems to suggest a moderation of political polarization. But let's not forget how we actually got there. Polarization has moderated in Indonesia because of an absorption of political opponents in government. Prabowo, of course, is a key example of that. Polarization has moderated because Islamism has been repressed, not just through the banning of the HTI, but also through the screening of civil servants, teachers, business executives. Through that, we've seen a widening of an understanding or an interpretation of radicalism. And that does not need to mean or apply to those that have committed a crime. Of course, radicalism is a problem, but the way that radicalism is being fought is through liberal means. And then finally, there's also no guarantees for the future. The moderation of political polarization may only be temporary. Coalitions, of course, serve a political purpose. And also, we are still more than a year out of the actual elections. So at this point in time, the statements, the positioning of these politicians and the coalitions that they represent have perhaps more to do with creating a desirable political image than that it's a genuine distancing from polarization. And then, of course, Islamism may have been repressed, but it has not disappeared, and polarization can appear again, or is likely to appear again, during elections. Talking about those elections, and of course, it's all quite hypothetical, we're still far away, but surveys between September last year and June this year have identified three main candidates. They are Ganjar Pranowo, the governor of Central Java, Anies Baswedan, the governor of Jakarta, and of course Prabowo Subianto, currently the Minister for Defense. Then there's also some outsider possibilities, Sandiaga Uno, Agus Yudhoyono, Ridwan Kamil, and of course Puan Maharani, who I just mentioned. And that potential for polarization is definitely there. And of course, we need to see, who comes through the first round. But if in the end there's only going to be two candidates, it is likely that political mobilization will occur around religious cleavages, especially if the race is going to be between Ganjar and Anies. Jokowi has already hinted that he will support Ganjar, feels that Ganjar Pranowo is someone who will secure his legacy, and it is very likely that Jokowi supporters will follow. Islamists, of course, are likely to back Anies, but Anies also knows that he cannot rely on Islamist support alone. As such, in his position as governor of Jakarta, he's worked very hard on his image, has reached out to minorities. But outside of Jakarta, he remains quite a contentious figure, and no doubt Ganjar will want to use that. I've discussed 3 case studies: law on sexual violence, that there's no third term for Jokowi, no postponement of election, and a moderation of polarization. These 3 case studies are important indicators of democratic resilience. They show that there is support for democratic norms and practices at different levels, both society and political elites. And when these come together, important gains can be made. At the same time, support for democratic resilience is entangled with other interests. And thus, the indicators of resilience are also quite fragile. And that fragility brings me to the second part of my paper, which discusses vulnerabilities of democracy. So the first part in vulnerability that I want to address is the issue of legal reform. Late last year, Indonesia's Constitutional Court declared the omnibus law on job creation conditionally unconstitutional. According to some, this actually was an indicator of judicial independence and therefore an indicator of democratic resilience. And indeed, I mentioned at the start of my talk, Indonesia's improved score in the Economist Intelligence Unit Democracy Index. That was in a large part due to this decision from the Constitutional Court. But if we look closer, this decision may not be the strong marker of resilience as some say it is. The Constitutional Court declaring a law conditionally unconstitutional is not that unusual. However, allowing for ordering a revision period of 2 years is. That suggests that judges are compromising, that they are willing to take government interests into account. The government, of course, really wanted this law through. That is an issue of concern. What happened after that was that revisions were made to the law on lawmaking. So this was a response to the decision of the Constitutional Court. In that law on lawmaking, or in its revised form, omnibus laws are now recognized as a form of lawmaking. So that addresses that particular point of the Constitutional Court. But there are some other revisions as well. And for instance, the new law on lawmaking can limit public scrutiny by only giving access to draft legislation to people that are directly affected or have a material interest in a certain in that matter. Also, the law allows now for corrections of laws after they have been passed for so-called technical writing errors. So that really has a potential to undermine legal certainty. Most of all, these revisions do not address worrying trends that we have seen in recent years, where we've seen the passage of legislation with minimal public participation in very short time frames, and I will come to this later on as well as that many laws are being passed without significant opposition in the legislature. That together undermines accountability and executive power. Some scholars have referred to this as a situation of radicalism. Democratically elected leaders use the mandate to push for legal reforms that support an illiberal agenda that also gives those reforms a veneer of legality, which is not dissimilar from what we saw under New Order. We'll now look at a number of human rights challenges. And when we talk about human rights in Indonesia, nowhere are these issues so pronounced as in Papua. We know, and we've heard also at conferences such as the Indonesia Update, that there's been an expansion of military presence in Papua over the last years. An example of that is the deployment of elite infantry units that are tasked with anti-guerrilla and jungle warfare operations.
Recording in progress.
Kasa, head of the armed forces, said that he would pursue a more humanistic approach in Papua, but also announced the establishment of 8 new district military commands, which again will mean more soldiers to Papua. In terms of the Jokowi government's policy approach, mid-last year there was an extension of Indonesia's special autonomy legislation on Papua, and at the time there were fears that that extension would lead to further division of Papua. And indeed, in June this year, the DPR approved very, very quickly three new laws creating 3 new provinces with very limited public participation. The government came out claiming that this subdivision has support. So Mahfud MD, the coordinating minister for politics, law and security, referred to a survey which suggests that 82% of Papuans supports the subdivision. This survey was never made public. Papuan elites came out with a public statement supporting the subdivision, including Governor Lukas NMB. The subdivision will give Papuan elites more access to leadership and a greater control over resources. But the subdivision will also increase environmental destruction, intensify military presence, and that has the potential for even more conflict in an already volatile region. To enhance support for the subdivision, Jokowi has continued his calls for human rights violations in Papua to be addressed. So a few interesting developments have been that earlier this year, a member of the armed forces was named suspect in the 2014 Paniai killings, and just recently, 4 ad hoc judges were appointed to the trial in this case, and this will be the first case in the human rights courts in Indonesia since 2004, so it's been a long time as well. And then just almost coinciding with Jokowi's recent visit to Papua, there was the arrest of 6 soldiers who are suspected of killing and mutilating 4 indigenous Papuans. So through pressing forward with justice, I believe that Jokowi is seeking to enhance support for the subdivision. Another area where we see persistent human rights issues is a continuing pressure on the right to freedom of expression. An Indikator Politik survey from earlier this year suggests that, says that nearly 63% of people is afraid of expressing their opinion. And the law on electronic information and transactions, or the ITE law, is particularly notorious and is being used against a wide range of individuals. A very prominent case this year, or in the past year, has been the case of human rights activists Azhar and Fathia Maulidiyanti, who were reported by Luhut Panjaitan last year after they had discussed a report online on military operations in Papua. Haris and Fathia had claimed that mining companies benefited from security presence in Papua, including a company that is affiliated with Luhut. So Luhut reports them, and Haris and Fathia were formally charged earlier this year. It's very difficult to obtain clear data on how often the ITE law is used, but here is some data from Amnesty International. And what we see here is that there is a clear increase in the use of the law under the Jokowi presidency. Now, reports under the ITE law are not empty threats. Conviction rates are very, very high. The Institute for Criminal Justice Reform has said that this is nearly 97%. So it's a very high likelihood that you will be convicted under the ITE law. There has been some talk on revisions of the ITE law. Promises were made by the government, and late last year, Mahfud said that the government has sent a revised draft to the DPR, but until mid this year, there's been no establishment of a special committee to deliberate that bill. Now, freedom of expression is not just curtailed through the ITE law. Last year, local authorities just simply got out some paint and started painting over murals that criticized the government handling of the pandemic, and particularly Jokowi. The argument of the authorities was that Jokowi is a state symbol and that he was being insulted, and as such the murals had to go. The Presidential Chief of Staff, Muldoko, went further and said criticism expressed in this way is not in line with Eastern culture, and that artists were simply being educated by the authorities. None of the artists were charged, but some were forced to apologize. So we have seen here clear violations of the right to freedom of expression, which in some cases, of course, can also lead to self-censorship. Another issue where we see ongoing vulnerabilities is that minorities in Indonesia continue to face threats, and these include gender and sexual minorities. That happens through regional bylaws. I'm sure we will hear much more about this over the next 2 days as well. But one example was that in Bogor, a regional bylaw, a Perda, was passed in which LGBT people were declared deviant. Interestingly, Bogor's mayor, Bima Arya, suggested that the regulation went too far, was too much of an infringement into the private sphere, but at the same time, the government did allow it to go ahead. We've also seen increased calls for criminalization of LGBT people in the criminal code. As we know, the criminal code is currently being revised. It's not far, supposedly, from being passed. But these increased calls came after a podcast was released, a podcast made by Deddy Corbuzier, in which he interviewed an Indonesian social media star and his husband. There was such backlash against this podcast that the podcast was deleted. Interestingly, Mahfud MD then comes out seemingly supportive. He says, Indonesia's a democracy, the state can't prohibit LGBT people on podcasts, reminds while same-sex marriage in Indonesia is not legal, it doesn't mean that LGBT individuals or behavior is criminalized. But then there's so much backlash against Mahfud that he then also starts calling for LGBT and extramarital sex to be made offences in the criminal code. And then there remains a lot of targeting of LGBT people by the police, as well as cancellation of events in response to pressure from religious authorities, and even foreign governments are not free from that. So the British Embassy was told to take the pride flag down. And then, of course, that LGBT people are not safe, especially not when they're in custody. So very recently, there was the death of a Peruvian transgender man in police custody in Bali after reportedly being denied access to his lawyers. So legal developments, political, religious, and social conservatism negatively continue to impact on rights and of sexual and gender minorities. So for the last part of my paper, I'll look at Jokowi's legacy building, which is particularly important now that his third term is definitely, this is off the table. One area is in infrastructure development. We know, of course, that Jokowi is very much focused on infrastructure development, and he does this, one case, a particular issue that has come forward in the last year is the development of Nusantara. With this development, we saw that the law on the national capital was passed in record speed with minimal public consultation, so reflecting those earlier legal trends. Jokowi then appointed Bambang Susantono, senior official of the Asian Development Bank, as well as Doni Rahayu, former director of property developer Sinarmas, to the Nusantara Capital City Authority. And that reflects Jokowi's belief in technocratic solutions. However, of course, the building of Nusantara comes with complex political challenges, and I will go through them quite quickly. They're certainly not exhaustive, but we can think of an impact on the environment, on human rights, particularly indigenous communities. The project is likely to play into oligarchic interests. Prabowo's brother, for instance, owns businesses in the area, and much land in the region has been linked to political elites and their families. The other political challenge is a lack of support for the move of the capital, including that 95% of civil servants, according to a survey, is not willing to go. The government has responded to this with both threats of dismissal if they don't go and incentives by offering them, amongst others, free accommodation. But perhaps the biggest challenge is that of funding. So different figures floating around, but approximately the building or the development of the capital will cost $32.5 billion, of which only 20% will come from the state budget. This means that the project is highly dependent on external investors, but in the last year, various foreign investors have withdrawn as they have concerns about investment returns. That then means that there's concerns around the viability of the project. And a survey in June among researchers and academics, business people, says that 60% doesn't believe that the project will materialize. Jokowi, in the meantime, insists that the plan will go ahead and has also warned military and the police not to criticize the plans on WhatsApp groups, in what perhaps is a failed reference to the ITU law. Another area where we see that Jokowi is busily building that legacy is in foreign policy. Indonesia assumed presidency of the G20 in last December, and the heads of state and government summit will be held in Bali this November. Jokowi's disinterest in foreign policy is very well noted, but the G20 really matters, as this quote suggests. For Jokowi, the G20 is about taking advantage. It's an opportunity for Indonesia's economic interests, and indeed the presidency is expected to attract foreign investment, really important for building that capital, and this is of course also where the Omnibus Law on job creation plays in to facilitate that investment. It is very reflective on what foreign policy under Jokowi has looked like, which is more nationalistic and more protectionist. Foreign policy must generate tangible benefits for Indonesia, particularly in trade and investment. And that G20 presidency has become even more important in the context of Russia's attack on Ukraine. Now, Indonesia has played a bit of a balancing act. It hasn't condemned the attack, has described it as unacceptable, but hasn't mentioned Russia. Jokowi has reached out to both Putin and Zelensky, inviting both to the G20, although there was significant pressure on Jokowi not to invite or to disinvite Putin. And he also visits both Zelensky and Putin, and in so doing was the first Asian leader to do so since the beginning of the war. That balancing act ultimately is about Indonesia's interests. Indonesia hasn't issued sanctions on Russia, supposedly because there's a new oil refinery being built on Java's north coast involving Pertamina and Russian energy giant Rosneft. The visit that Jokowi made to both Zelensky and Putin was to open up ports for wheat exports to Indonesia, and this eventually does happen, but it was in fact brokered by Turkey rather than Indonesia. So those national interests are really connected to Jokowi's personal ambitions as well, and I will come to that in this slide. So as we know, the Russian invasion has disrupted global supply chains, and prices of everyday items have gone up. In Indonesia particularly, cooking oil and instant noodles. And that has affected very large segments of the population, particularly the poor, as well as small traders. The ordinary people, the people that Jokowi seeks to represent or wants to be seen to represent. So the government responds to that, by issuing a ban on palm oil exports, but that doesn't bring prices down, so that's unsuccessful. And like I said, the opening of the ports for wheat exports, very important for the instant noodles, of course, is also not realized through Indonesia. So as the prices go up, Jokowi's approval rating goes down. And in May, they reach 58.1%, the lowest that they have been in 6 years. Recent fuel price increases in Indonesia might also have a further impact on this approval rating. And that approval rating, that poses a threat to Jokowi's legacy, or the legacy that he wants to create. He wants to be a president that builds a new capital. He wants to be seen as someone who looked after and pushed forward with Indonesia's economic development, someone who looked after the ordinary people. So it is that leads Jokowi to portray himself as a statesman. It's got not much to do with resolving a political crisis, but has to do with domestic urgencies and interests, and most of all his personal ambitions. So in conclusion, I started my presentation with global, regional trends of democratic decline. And Indonesia is no exception to that trend. Democratic decline in Indonesia has not stopped, but Indonesia's democracy endures and it is resilient. We've seen significant human rights reform. The elections aren't being postponed. There's no third term for Jokowi. Political polarization has moderated. These are important developments and achievements that support democratic resilience. And it is important that we look at these developments and that we understand them better. At the same time, resilience is fragile. It's not necessarily underpinned by an attachment to democratic norms. Rather, it is often entangled with political interests such as a government pushback on Islamism, elites' own political interests and ambitions. And while the moderation of polarization is good news for now, it is no guarantee for the future. In addition, the vulnerabilities of Indonesia's democracy in areas such as legal trends and human rights are cause for ongoing concerns, while the building of Nusantara and Jokowi's more active stance in foreign policy are reflective of his developmentalist approach, which is about his own ambitions and where improvement of democratic quality is not a priority. So taken together, Indonesia's democracy is still standing, but the deepening of democratic quality towards a democracy that is more liberal remains an uphill battle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken, for this excellent and perfectly timed presentation. Even without a dysfunctional clock, we managed to get there. And let's continue right away with our discussant for today, Leela Sari. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marcus, for your introduction. Thank you, Ken, for your excellent presentation. And thank you to ANU Indonesia Project Committee to invite me as a discussant. Ken has delivered a comprehensive and clear political update that supports the argument that democratic regression and resilience are closely related and run parallel. I'm going to tell you more examples of vulnerability in democracy using the perspective of patronage and clientelism. I will discuss 3 important stories from this year, which throw a light on how important patronage and clientelism are in causing vulnerability in Indonesian democracy, but at the same time, also point towards potential resilience. Many scholars have said that patronage and clientelism are at the core of Indonesian politics. They often use the concepts to explain phenomena like the vote buying in Indonesia's elections. Simply put, political clientelism is a system or practices where there is an exchange of material benefits for political support. Clientelism involves a group of political actors that can be defined as patrons, brokers, and clients. The material benefits exchanged are usually taken from public resources and are called patronage. In many studies of Indonesian democracy, we learn how Indonesia's competitive electoral system has resulted in the pervasiveness of clientelism in Indonesian election. The manifestations of clientelism, such as the vote buying, turnout buying, pork barrel, club goods, and money politics, have infiltrated many sectors and affected public service delivery and rule of law. First example is a phenomenon where many political parties and elites directly involved in distributing COVID-19 vaccines. During the last year until now, I noted that the vaccination distribution has become a new patronage commodity where the political parties and politicians enthusiastically make distribution events across regions in Indonesia. Almost all political parties have participated in the vaccine distribution. Golkar was amongst the first to launch party-led vaccination program commencing in March 2021. It specifically created a new unit to run vaccination programs and other pandemic-related activities, which they called as Yellow Clinic. I identified around 8 political parties have involved in the early vaccination distribution programs between March until September last year. My rough calculation showed if each party, based on their claims, distributed around 200,000 doses, this has generated of a total 1.6 million doses as of September last year. Well, we might see this as a positive contribution from the political parties, cadres, and politicians in distributing COVID-19 vaccines through their political machines and resources. But if you look closely, what they do is basically exchanging the vaccines for their political support. The COVID-19 vaccines have become a new popular commodity, which may be less costly compared to the conventional patronage. Yet the vaccine distribution looks more praiseworthy. Many of the mass vaccination events are run like election campaigns, not so much like a vaccination clinics. Political parties and elites put on big banners with speeches that lauding the party elites and calling for their votes in 2024 election. All the politicians I spoke to said they got the vaccine quota for free by lobbying the Ministry of Health. Oftentimes, their interests compete with the public institutions, particularly when the vaccine supplies are low. Parties prioritize people with the personal and political connections for distribution. Let me take one example from Golkar Party. Golkar is one of several political parties that could access the vaccine distribution promptly and in large numbers. This ability was undoubtedly a product of the party's coalition at the national level. Golkar's general chairperson, Airlangga Hartarto, sits in the cabinet as the coordinating minister for economic affairs, a position which places him at the center of power and gives him the capacity to influence the Ministry of Health and other important agents in vaccine distribution. Golkar's mass vaccination events have also focused on promoting Airlangga, presumably reflecting his ambition to run in the 2024 presidential election and calling for the political support from the vaccine recipients. The second example, perhaps, is the biggest scandal in the Indonesian police history. This case was initially announced as the shootout that killed Police Brigadier Nopriansyah Yosua Huta Barat. The case was oddly reported 3 days after it happened. Brigadier Yosua was an aide-de-camp to Inspector General Ferdi Sambo, the police internal affairs chief, and his wife, Putri Chandrawati. The police said he was shot dead as he attempted to sexually harass his boss, Putri. The case grew Yosua's family's suspicion as they were not allowed to open his coffin to see his body. When they finally opened the coffin, they found traces of tortures and bullet wounds that claimed his life. They do not believe that Yosua had committed the sexual harassment of his boss, and they suspected that his death was premeditated. The police investigation was also found to be obstructed. That made this case even more mysterious and scandalous. The obstruction of investigations has also dragged in around 100 of police officers who helped Sambo to cover up the case. The officials involved are reportedly also members of certain clique, a special task force within the police that is called as Satgas Merah Putih, led by Ferdi Sambo. It also has been widely alleged that Ferdi bribed some government officials who investigate this case. The murder case investigation has now produced more twists, including speculation of the network's involvement in backing up the gambling kingpins that was known as Consortium 303. The chief of the National Police, General Listio Sigit, only responded that he would firmly investigate it. There was an org chart that went viral, illustrating the Consortium 303 networks. Some observers believe that the network is true. They said that the network is also engaged in political activities. They allege that the money is going to be used to fund and support candidates for the 2024 presidential election in exchange for securing Ferdi Sambo's future position as Chief of National Police. This is important to keep the gambling business safe and protected. It is also said that through his position as Chief of Internal Affairs, Sambo's networks are quite far-reaching in many regions, and some police departments intervening local politics. We found similar patterns from the field on the arbitrary use of law to repress political opponents and suppress politicians at the local and national level with corruption cases, and to help certain candidates winning elections. This story illustrates the patronage clientelism situation and how the patronage strategy is played out by Sambo network. Although Sambo and his network tried to bribe, the strategy fell apart. The victim's family and supporters do not want to be silenced. Public demand the transparent and professional investigation from the Polri and relevant institutions. This moment could potentially serve as a catalyst to make fundamental reforms within the national police. This is one great example of democratic resilience that responded to the repression and vulnerability created by patronage and clientelism. This story also reminds us that clientelism does not only operate within democratic polities, like parties, elections, and many others. It also helps to tie together authoritarian actors like the police. My last example is still talking about the police. Many Indonesian politics observers agree on the increasing roles of military and police in local, national, and state-owned enterprises. And recently, Indonesian public was made shocked as Minister of Home Affairs. Recent tweets scoffed at him for having a connection with Sambo. This connection again reflects a patron-client relation. Tito was seen responsible in creating the Satgasus Merah Putih, and he is Sambo's former boss. Tito retains power as a patron in the national police. Many observers also speculate that having a retired police general as Minister of Home Affairs would help Jokowi's government in securing and controlling the civilians' politics in the regions. It has also shifted the landscape of local central government relationships, presumably could help his regime in getting political support from the regional governments and elites toward 2024 election. Some indications include the appointment of some retired and active police general and military generals as acting governor and interim regents. That marked the beginning of mass replacement of 271 district heads in this year and next year. The selection process has sparked criticisms from groups such as the Ombudsman and civil society organization, as it is conducted without a proper democratic process involving local parliaments and conducted in a non-transparent process. Most importantly, the appointment of the police and military officers has gone against one of the main goals of Reformasi, that was to reduce military and police involvement in civilians' politics and breach the constitutional court order. Despite the mounting concerns, the Jokowi's administration, through Home Affairs Minister Tito Karnavian, yet make any changes. The lack of transparency have risen public speculation that there is a hidden agenda, that the selection of the acting regional head will become an avenue of transactional politics amongst the elite. This is a source of vulnerability to Indonesia's democracy and regional autonomy. To some political observers, having a former chief of national police as Home Affairs Minister indicates that the Jokowi's administration has been trying to use police patronage tradition and their authority in rule of law to control and contain the local elite for their political purposes. This example elucidates the fact that the growing influence of army and police is part of democratic decline, but not the force from the patronage politics that have been so dominant. To conclude, I would like to emphasize that patronage is a source of vulnerability in democracy, but experience shows that there is always a strong pushback that Indonesian democracy is also being resilient. And that brings us to the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lila, for a very nice presentation and a very good response to Ken's talk earlier. So now we are coming to the question and answer session for the audience. And I see that the clock has celebrated a return here, so it works again. And so we have about 20 minutes. Just a few ground rules. If you are called upon, please identify yourself. And I apologize from the beginning because many of you are wearing masks, so I might not be able to recognize even those people that I know. So please identify yourself. And then most importantly, no speeches, very crisp, short questions, and not 2 or 3 of them, just one, and not I have a question and a comment, no, just one. So can we please start with questions? Yes, please, Budi.
Thank you. for the presentation. Ken, looking to your case study, the way I look at it is a bit different than you. It's not about in democracy is enduring or fragile, but it is about that for the elite, the democracy in Indonesia working, but not for the common people. When it is about the interests of the elite, you could compete, you could argue each other, but if it is about common people, it doesn't really work. So, so that's probably what I see from your example.
Okay, we take a second question from this side, please. Come on, guys. Yes, please, Nafa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Excellent presentations from the both of you.
Can you remove your mask?
Okay. I just wanted to ask Ken, Lila, whoever, because both of you have so many slides, about all this growing opposition from civil society, protests from the students. What do you think of the potential of this opposition movement going forward? Thank you.
Would you like to step to the podium?
Thanks. Thank you for those questions. But Budi, I think I actually agree with you. Yes, democracy is working for the elites, and that's why they're supporting it. So I'm not actually saying that. I actually say in my paper that they back it exactly because it works for them. Don't entirely think. In saying that it doesn't work for common people, I think we need to look at things at a case-by-case basis. If we look at this law on sexual violence, this is a massive step forward. And of course, there's been lots of talk about we need to see how it's going to be implemented. We'll need to see how conservative groups are pushing back. That's all very valid. But in the meantime, there's some important human rights reforms that have been secured, very basic things actually. And I think that is really important because once these reforms are there, they're very difficult to undo. And they will actually provide a further impetus, I believe, for groups that are pushing forward with these issues. Nava, with your question about the prospects of civil society moving forward, I think this is a really interesting question, and I think, again, we need to see it on a case-by-case basis. The law on sexual violence really tells us, important gains can be made. It has taken a very long time. We know that civil society actors used a wide range of strategies. It wasn't just about, putting forward a draft bill. It was marches, reaching out to celebrities, beauty brands, all these different things. But with that also came, it aligned at this particular point in time with certain interests. It has also been argued by some, well, it doesn't really quite impinge on economic interests, so maybe that's why the political elites backed it. But I think we need to look at it on a case-by-case basis and even on an issue basis. So I believe that the potential is absolutely there. I think Indonesian civil society is very vocal, does not always have a policy impact, but in this case it did. I think the point also that I want to make is that it is really important to look at these instances where we actually see results, to understand these cases of positive deviance, to understand what factors influence them, because that also can give us really valuable information on how to understand when things don't go quite as as many people would like them to go. So, yeah, that would be my response. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Bob Laurie, was that? Yes, so one from Bob Laurie, and then we go here. Yes.
Where does the debate about the revision of the criminal code fit into this story? Sorry, did you?
So the question was how the debate on the criminal code fits into this. Yes, please.
Shaughnessy from the Perth US Asia Centre. Thank you both for your really excellent presentations. I have a hard question for you, interested in your views on the trajectory of the 2024 elections. Thanks.
Okay. With the first question, the debate on the criminal code and where does it fit? Interestingly, the PKS, which of course did not vote in support for the law on sexual violence, has now said that they will want to have LGBT behavior, extramarital sex, criminalized in the criminal code. So we'll have to see how this goes. So where does it fit? And there's also, other problematic provisions related to the criminal code. There's been some socialization events of this new draft bill, but a lot of human rights activists have criticized these socialization events for actually not being participatory enough. So we'll have to see how that develops, and especially what pushback there will be, and what concessions perhaps will be made. At the same time, I think there's the criminal code, the civil society actors are very much on top of it, and they will very much push for those more problematic provisions to be revised. Where do the 2024 elections go? That's a really hard question. As I said, it's still more than a year out. We can see who the front runners are. Presidential pairings haven't been announced yet. So I think that this is just a wait and see for me at the moment.
Leela, would you like to have a go at who is going to win in 2024?
Well, I'd like to respond on the 2024 election prospect. From my experience recently coming back from the field show that there is developments from the non-dominant political parties like NASDEM has been trying to dominate the outer side of Java. Like they already take control of the South Sulawesi, the NTT, and having the connection with the oligarchs, also provide them with the resources to get potential and popular figures. Yeah, I think this is one that we should watch, that new players, but it depends to whether they will make coalition or not. Yeah, thank you.
Despite the what Leela was saying, Surya Paloh will not be president of Indonesia. Greg Feely, and then one from this side, please. Yes, please.
Yes, my question is for Ken, and just I think you've painted an interesting picture of the case by case, sort of throughout the last year, for democratic advancement versus democratic regression. But the thing I'd like to ask you is, if you did a kind of a balance sheet, where is the needle? I'm mixing up metaphors here, but where is the needle swung to? Because on some of these cases, the TPKS on women's sexual violence was a clear victory. The fact that Jokowi lost out, well, not Jokowi directly, but lost out on the extended term. But that was something on which the elite was divided. On issues in which the elite was relatively united, the omnibus law, what's happening in Papua, these are sort of issues where they're really determined, they actually get what they want. And that's where the online harassment of activists and things like that has a really big effect. So even though we can point to cases where it seems as if the needle has swung back a bit towards democratic strengthening, overall on the things that the government is really determined about, the needle is still over on the democratic backsliding side of the clock.
Yeah. Hi, thanks. This is probably a boring question, but I'm just going to ask anyway. About the omnibus law, you said that it's now has been determined as conditionally unconstitutional. Since it has far-reaching implications on various sectors and various fronts, I'm just wondering, what does it really mean? I mean, within the 2 years that revisions are required, is there a race for implementing regulations that would allow ministerial decrees? Because that's really the story, the real story that will make things happen or not happen. So I'm just wondering whether you have some insights on that. Thanks.
Turning to the online forum, please, there's a question from Zoom.
We have a question from Bayu Dardias from UGM. He says, recently there's been a declining public trust in Anti-Corruption Committee KPK with only a 63 score below. And although it's made some high-level arrests, it has not really improved the public's trust in the institution. As an essential part of a democratic institution, how does KPK distrust impact Indonesian democracy? And I've got one more from John Monfries. On the sexual violence law, what mechanisms are available to ensure the law will be observed, and will it be reviewed after a period of time?
Okay, I apologize. These were now 4 questions, so you can...
Thank you. Greg, with your question of where does the needle really sit, the point that I want to make is that democratic resilience and regression always run parallel to each other. Yes, we see developments of democratic regression, but there's other ways at the same time that people are fighting back against that. And of course we see democratic advancements, but at the same time there are forces that go against that. So what it's not one or the other, it is both. I think it's important to recognize that, that these things happen at the same time. And of course, you know, some are clearer advancements than others, some are qualified. But I think we need to look at the whole picture, and that is the point that I wanted to make. With the question on the omnibus law and conditionally unconstitutional, what does it really mean? It means that the legislature has a period of 2 years to address some of the flawed processes in the lawmaking. So that is why those revisions were made to the law on lawmaking, stipulating that omnibus laws are a legitimate form of lawmaking. But it doesn't really stop the implementation. So while the government or the legislature has the time to address these flaws, the implementation can just go on. And that is where the weakness is of that decision. With the question around public trust declining in the KPK, yeah, no, absolutely, and that is a concern. And with, for instance, the case that of Ferdy Sambo that Lila discussed, there we actually see an immediate decline of public trust in the police, and police has for years always been the most trusted public institution. This case happens, the public trust drops, so it's actually really important also for the case to be properly addressed for the police to get its get that level of public trust up again. So where does that sit? I completely hear the concerns of the position of the KPK, and of course a number of years ago when revisions were passed to the law on the KPK, that was a real concern in terms of democratic quality. At that time though, a lot of people were saying, well, this is the end of the KPK. And it hasn't been the end of the KPK. The KPK is still operating, it is functioning, it is making arrests, naming suspects, calling people in. So I think, again, this is a story where we have to look at both sides. And then with the questions around what mechanisms are there around the implementation on the law of sexual violence, as I mentioned, one of the things that will need to happen is that police, prosecutors and judges receive gender training. Well, how is that exactly going to roll out? We don't really know this. How is it going to happen? How is it going to be monitored? And again, you know, how is it going to be assessed and by whom? So there's a lot of questions here around implementation. And we'll have to see how that evolves. And indeed, I would imagine that this will also be, will remain a key focus of civil society organizations working in this area. That was the sexual violence one, I think. Lila?
I'll respond to the question about the KPK. but this is a disclaimer, having worked for KPK 15 years ago. So I do know that there is a mechanism within the KPK to discuss the cases, which the cases of the priority. And also there is also a source of vulnerability where the KPK commissioners is elected or selected through systems where the Commission 3 of DPR who decides the selection process. And as we know, that some of the politicians who sit in the Commission 3 is also said to be involved in some corruption cases, but then the court record then suddenly didn't list their names anymore. So that's also shown the patron-client relationship, if you may say, that KPK, because they are selected by the DPR3, Commission 3, they also have some like a feeling nggak enak or feeling, what you call, feeling being the patron-client relations. So they feel like obligated and restrain their independency. Yeah.
Okay, unfortunately, this is all we have time for. I have received the signal from the conveners that this is the time to break for the morning tea. So my task is to remind you to be back here at 10:45 for the economic update. And now please join me in thanking Ken and Leela for an excellent presentation.
Hello.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. Not the most important, Rob, but yeah, be ruthless. Yeah, so it's 40, 10, and 20. Okay, your turn. Sorry, I mean for the presentation. Yes, that's right. Discussion is 15. 24. Yep. Yeah, within our we're roughly issues. That's right. Yeah. Okay, good.
I'm going to go check on the line. Hi, John. Hi, Donnie. This is Lydia. Can you hear me? All right, good.
Yeah, I can
Good
hear
morning.
you. Good morning. Can you hear me?
We cannot hear him in the room yet. Well, he's been, yeah? Okay, can you test and talk?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Can you hear
good.
me?
Can you speak like longer sentences?
Right. Hi, good morning, Lydia.
Good morning. Thank you for joining from, is it from the office, from area?
No, 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 no. It's from home. It's just a virtual screen. I
All
guess
right,
Chandra
good.
is also joining.
All right, good.
Hello, please take your seats. Thanks very much. Selamat pagi semua. Could I ask everyone to take their seats, please? We're a little bit behind, so we'll start up now. Selamat pagi. My name's Robert Ferguson. I am the branch head of the Indonesia branch at the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. It's a real delight and honour to be here with you today for the 39th Indonesia update. As you know, DFAT works very closely with the ANU. We're always thrilled to be part of the Indonesia update each year, and if you have a look around, you will see a number of my staff and other DFAT officials who are attending some or all of these sessions today and tomorrow. The Indonesia economic update is, of course, a huge interest to all of us. The Indonesia economic update has been prepared by Dr. Titik Anang from the Ministry of Finance, Dr. Dionysius or Pak Doni Najoko from the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and the East Asia, our very own Professor Hao Hill from the ANU, and Dr. Chandra Tiputra, an independent researcher. One of the things that really struck me about the economic update is we all know the good news story of Indonesia and how well it has recovered from COVID and its strong economic forecasts, but we tend not to think about some of the other pressures that faces all economies, but particularly the Indonesia one, in relation to fiscal space, budgets, and of course in Indonesia's case, subsidies. So I'd now like to ask Dr. Hao Hill to come and speak for 10 minutes to present an overview before we move on to Dr. Titik Anas and Pak Doni. Hao, thank you.
Selamat siang, and thank you very much, Rob, and thank you very much to the organisers for inviting us to speak. It's wonderful to be speaking at the update. It's a great honour. I think it might even be number 40, Rob. There's some debate whether it's 39 or 40, but it's been going a long time. And a big thank you to Peter McCauley, one of the initiators of the first update in 1983. Terima kasih banyak, Bung. I seem to recall at the time there was a thought that it might go on for another year or two and then, peter out. So it's fantastic. Congratulations. So I'm part of a quartet, in fact a quintet in a way. Titik Anas will give the main economics presentation. We have Doni Naryoko and Chandra Triputra in Jakarta, and Mira will be the discussant. I'm very proud to say all the speakers are actually ANU Mafia. That is, they all did very fine PhDs here. So I'm basically the entree, the warm-up act. The main course will be Titik, and then Doni will be the dessert, I guess you could say. And then Mira will actually talk. Mira, by the way, co-authored the current BIES survey, which had a very strong focus on gender issues. The basic story we've got is, in some ways, this is a perfect storm globally. One of our dear friends, Mari Pangestu in Malaysia, a couple of weeks ago described the world economy as a perfect storm, and she speaks as number 2 in the World Bank. So our theme is really going to be how is Indonesia navigating this so-called perfect storm in the global economy. And our bottom line is going to be it's actually navigating it pretty well, tetapi, and there's quite a few tetapis we're going to talk about as well. In fact, the politics update by Ken used the word vulnerable but resilient, and in some ways that's also a descriptor of the economy, as we're going to argue. Things are looking pretty good, but there are storm clouds on the horizon, which we'll talk about as we present. One point just to emphasise also is Indonesia, although it's navigated the COVID and the current crisis pretty well, the government has very little room to move. when you've got a tax to GDP ratio of just a bit over 10%, and almost a third of that is going on fuel subsidies, which go mainly to better off people and are contrary to a green economy agenda, you can see there's not much room to move anywhere. And so that's an important point we're going to emphasise. In some ways, it's a little bit like Australia. Some of you may have seen a piece by our good friend Steve Grenville during the week, making the basic point that the government of Australia doesn't have the capacity fiscally to deliver a lot of the services which the community expects. And Steve's point for Australia could equally be made for Indonesia. So after that you can sort of go to sleep. That's the main message. Here's the theme. Just to emphasise very briefly, very quickly, this global environment, since it really frames a lot of our discussion. This is a really turbulent period. The Ukraine war, the most serious conflict in Europe since World War II. It's triggered high and volatile commodity prices all over the place. It's disrupted supply chains, and it's damaged global and regional economic commercial architecture. It's led to rapidly rising inflation around the world, and that in turn has put a lot of pressure on governments to kind of manage this sudden inflation outburst. In turn, as the US in particular has raised interest rates, that's creating the very real possibility of global debt distress. The IMF has estimated that up to 60 countries in the world are either in or potentially at risk of debt distress. So that's another key concern for the global economy. On top of that, China, the global economic engine, and certainly the regional economic engine, is suddenly slowing down. China will have its slowest economic growth this year in over 30 years, partly because of its zero-COVID strategy. So there's all sorts of talk of things like deglobalization, onshoring, friendshoring, and continuing global inequality on vaccine availability and delivery. So we've got to see, I think, the Indonesian economy navigating its way through these really difficult times, and that's one of our key themes. So overall question, how is Indonesia managing? Well, the bottom line, we think, is that it's managing things pretty well. And this is, in a way, a lagu lama, a consistent story for Indonesia. When it's confronted with serious economic crises, it tends to be a pretty adept crisis manager, as we saw during the global financial crisis, as we saw during the so-called taper tantrum of 2013, and as we saw, in a sense, during the early days of the pandemic. So far, so good. One of the reasons why so far so good, you can see on the left-hand side, is that graph. And there is a paradox that the Ukraine war, for all its tragedy, has actually benefited countries which are exporting commodities, the prices of which have spiked as a result of the conflict. And that's particularly energy prices. So you can see from the above graph that Indonesia is among the fortunate countries to have actually benefited, quote unquote, from this terrible tragedy, along with Australia, by the way. Similarities between Australia and Indonesia are quite pronounced, often forgotten how pronounced they are. So that's the first point. It is actually managing so far, partly because of good luck, in a way, the global economy and commodity prices, but it's also good policy, and that is because Indonesia is not in danger, like the 60 or so developing countries, of having a serious debt problem. It's almost always been a prudent fiscal manager in a kind of macro sense, not necessarily a micro sense. And that means that it's coming out of the crisis with very low public debt, below 40% of GDP, one of the lowest in the developing world. And so it doesn't have to worry as much as many countries do about the rising global interest rates. It also doesn't have to worry as much about how to fund its deficits, the fiscal deficit, because now it is mainly funding them domestically. It doesn't have to rely so much on global capital markets. So in that sense, it's in a fairly comfortable position. In addition, as we'll show you later, inflation is so far emphasised, so far under control, unlike many other countries. And also the pandemic was, of course, particularly serious for health and social conditions, but it didn't create a big hit on the economy. Indonesia came through the pandemic economically fairly well. So that's the bottom line takeaway message. At the moment, things look pretty good. But since we're economists and we've got to worry about everything, let's have some worries. And what are they? Well, the big worry at the moment is subsidies are back, and they're back big time. And that's because it's so difficult politically for Indonesian governments to allow domestic prices, particularly of petroleum products, to follow international prices. So subsidies are now approaching this year 3% of GDP. Remember that figure I told you earlier, tax to GDP is about 10%, going up a bit. So you can see the magnitude, 3% being taken out of 10% immediately. That means the government has very little room fiscally to move on almost anything. In fact, this year, subsidies, remember the subsidies are going to people who are mainly better off, the subsidies are going to be more than the infrastructure expenditure of the government. And this is a president who is an infrastructure president. So you get a sense of how the room to move at the moment is very limited. It's also meant that social assistance programs, which developed after the Asian financial crisis, and in many ways were very effective, as we've seen from previous work by our friends like the Smeru Group, Asep Suryahadi and others, the subsidies haven't been able to be targeted sufficiently to the really needy. As Minister Sri Mulyani, who we'll hear from tomorrow, we're greatly honoured to have her, she's pointed out herself that most of the subsidies go to the better off people. So that's the dilemma facing the government, that it hasn't got the kind of capacity just yet to effectively target these subsidies, so they end up being broad-based and they end up being, in a sense, sort of counterproductive. Another point just to emphasise is the economic momentum is probably going to slow down next year, the election year. Why is that? For two reasons. One is Indonesian domestic fiscal and monetary policy settings are now becoming somewhat contractionary. That's because the government is going back to the fiscal law, 3% deficit cap next year, and Bank Indonesia recently introduced interest rates slightly. So, and the global economy is going to almost certainly slow down quite a lot. So next year, election year, is going to be in some ways a more difficult year than this year. Final point just to emphasise before I hand over to Titik is we do in the survey talk quite a lot about industrialisation. President Jokowi emphasised the revitalisation of industry, downstreaming, domestic value added in his August 16th speech. And we make the general observation, we'll hear more from Donnie in Jakarta shortly, that industry policy in some ways is still somewhat ambivalent and directionless. This constant tension between going global and domestic value added and domestic processing and all that stuff. So the industry's discussion illustrates some of the broader issues of the tension in current economic policy. Okay, so now I'll hand over to the real expert, Dr. Titik Anas. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Hal. And if I could just quickly introduce Dr. Titik Anas, a Special Advisor to the Minister of Finance for sectoral fiscal policy formulation, and also a lecturer at Universitas Padjadjaran in Bandung, where I previously studied, and the Trade Advisor for Prospera, a major DFAT program on economic governance. Titik spent 20 years at the Centre for Strategic and International Studies in Jakarta, and as Hal mentioned, has a PhD from the ANU, so she's in good company. Titik, thank you.
Thank you so much, Rob, for the introduction. This paper that we wrote together is for the survey of recent development of the Bulletin of Indonesian Economic Studies, and this is a paper of labor of love because I write this with my beloved supervisor and two best friends. So Donnie and I have been working together for the past few years, also with Chandra. And at some point in Hal's life, we made kind of miserable time for him, probably me in particular, with my 3 kids and a PhD. So let me continue what Hal already mentioned earlier. Given the circumstances, the vulnerability, the challenge, Indonesia now is already at its 5% growth trajectory. So we are back to 5% growth. And how has the economy performed through the COVID era by sector and expenditure? The Indonesia project has been warned us for several times that please be aware that the audience can be non-economists, so please don't speak too much jargon. So we compare the economy by sectors, and by comparing the figure in 2019 to the 3 years of the pandemic. And we found that the sectors is recovering, but at uneven speed. Some sectors are resilient, suggesting that the output of the sectors did not decline during the pandemic, and it continued to show positive growth. And some sectors are quick recovery, and some are slow recovery, and one sector has not yet recovered from the COVID-19 pandemic impact, although it is almost there. As expected, the sectors that do not require physical contact or a low contact dominate the resilient sectors, IT and telecom in this particular. Also the utilities, water and electricity, which is essential services, agriculture, because of the demand, we need to eat, and Indonesians love to eat, and no constraints on the supply, alhamdulillah. We don't have bad weather during the pandemic. We don't have a serious disease for our plants. So it's like Hal said, it is a good luck at some point. And also, of course, the health sectors, because of the demand of the services, is also show positive growth, and education due to the switch to online services. The quick recovery sectors like the mining, due to the commodity prices that Hal already mentioned, the government sector, because of the counter-cyclical role that the government has to play, and also the trade sector that can easily transform or switch to the online transaction, the e-commerce or the GoFood that we like so much. The quick recovery sectors are the mining due to commodity price. Slow recovery sectors that show sharp contraction, such as, of course, the hotel and restaurant, the transportation, all the tourism-related services. But now they are back to the pre-COVID level. I took the Jetstar to come here, and it's all the tourists that come to Australia, to Bali. And as I mentioned, construction still struggling, but likely to pick up very quickly. This is just some figure to show that on your right-hand side, the economic growth. So we hit the bottom of the economy already, and we recovered. And the left side of the table showing the sectors that are resilient, the quickly recovered ones, the slowly recovered one, and not yet recovered. So all in all, our economy can be labeled as quickly recovered. And if we see the sector by economic actors, we call it in economics, we can see that for household, their consumption closely followed the trend of the economic growth, which is declined when it hit by the COVID, then recovered quickly. For the government sectors, we see that the spending, we call it government consumption, fell slightly more than household in the 2020 Q2. For the firm and household investment, we see that the investment fell faster because nobody buy the goods during the pandemic. And it remained low in the Q2 2021. But recovery underway during the later period of 2021. And we see that the output already higher than the pre-COVID level in Q2 2022. Net export has been the savior of the economy. Because of the commodity price that is favorable for us. And the imports initially fell significantly faster than the GDP contraction. The export initially recovered quickly because of the China's factor that very resilient during the early period of the COVID, but in the later period it's saved by the high commodity price. The next one just showing the table that I just mentioned earlier, with the message that the gradual recovery is there, but uneven across the economic actors. So, how is it happen? The manageable COVID outcomes has contributed to the economic recovery. This is due to the early and high vaccination rate. Indonesia is among the early to procure the vaccine, and the political update already outlined some of the rosy yellow color of the vaccination. So by early September 2022, the 87% of our population have already got their first shot, and 73% already got their second shot, only 26% that get the booster. So it's much lower than the Australian, I guess. And maybe the second one is the implementation of preventive, the tracing, testing, and treatment. The Peduli Lindungi, if you come to Indonesia, monitor all your activities either in the public space or when you transport by airlines. And of course, thanks to the current proactive health minister, which I think Indonesians should be grateful to have. And so far, Omicron variant is not as severe as Delta, so that we can do activities as before the COVID period. I just got the COVID a few weeks ago. I didn't feel anything actually, but it's just that the test indicated that I got COVID and then I cannot travel, so I missed Hal in Kuala Lumpur last time. So this figure only show how COVID in Indonesia. The left graph says that how many cases we have, the peak, and how the black bold color graph is the number of cases, and a bit gray is the number of deaths. We see that the death is very, very low in recent times. And the right-hand side of the graph is showing you the rate of vaccination we have. Now it's difficult to get people to get vaccinated still in Indonesia. And so how is our monetary condition? So when we say monetary, it means we talk about inflation and exchange rate. The inflation, as Hal already suggested, it's also increased just like other countries, but still well below the US or the OECD economies' inflation rate. And why are we lower than the US or OECD economies? It's a combination of limited fiscal and monetary stimulus that Indonesia can provide to their people or their businesses, while the rich country have more fiscal space, like I already mentioned earlier. And our supply side is not that much disrupted because we have supply surplus labor market, unlike in the developed countries, and our rice price is stable because of the weather, so aman. Also, a significant fuel and other subsidies which we still maintain, yeah? Which we will see later that this is going to cost very much to the government budget. With the average oil price of $100 per barrel and the exchange rate of 14,550 rupiah per dollar, with the, say for example, the consumption of Pertalite, one of the type of the subsidized fuel of 23 million kiloliter, we are going to subsidize like 502 trillion rupiah. The higher the volume of the consumption, the higher the total subsidy. So it's going to increase greater than 502 trillion rupiah. It can reach almost 700 trillion if the volume continue to increase and the price and exchange rate increase or depreciate. And what about next year? Because the subsidy is still there, also the government already take out some of it, resulted in the increase in the fuel price recently. It's going to be still there. So we can imagine the next year and after, there will be another 500 or so a subsidy from the government pocket to the people who consume the fuel. So, as Hal already said in our discussion actually, that the reform should be there for this subsidy, but I'll talk a bit more on that, how the struggle is. So with the inflation is relatively managed because of this situation I mentioned earlier, the BI, the central bank, able to hold the policy rate constant at 3.5% through until August. Then a modest increase we see a few weeks back. But it's already above BI intervention ban, so we are going to see probably another increase. So this one is just suggesting how our inflation, the orange line on the left, and how is the policy rate, the blue line. And the exchange rate on the right side, suggesting that the rupiah doesn't depreciate that much against the US dollar, but appreciate to other currency like the Japanese yen. So we are good at that. Monetary condition is relatively stable. I already mentioned this one. What about the balance of payment? As Hal mentioned, we benefit from the commodity prices. So our current account, which is usually in deficit, it has been in surplus for several quarters. Import initially declined as economy slowed, then recovered. Capital and financial flow, because of the crisis, it's going to be volatile. So we have the FDI, although declined, but reasonably stable, but the portfolio investment out of the country. Luckily, our sovereign bonds are dominated by domestic investors, like the institution, banks, and also retail, like the ibu-ibu yang punya uang, sosialita yang punya uang, who cannot travel during the COVID, so they can buy the sovereign bonds. So this is the figure about our balance of payment. How is our budget? As we mentioned earlier, it's under stress, but that's the function of the fiscal, to support people during the hard time. And if we see, maybe I will go to this one. So our revenue is much less than our spending. So it has to be financed by debt. Our debt is increasing during the pandemic, and the deficit is huge, increased than our threshold allowed by the law. This isn't allowed. If you violate the law, means that the government can be fired actually. But our president can make a justification that this is a crisis. So the government can enact a government regulation to replace a law, given the circumstances that this is a crisis. So the government enacted the Perpu, we call it, to allow the deficit above 3%. And for discipline, because this is a dangerous measure, it is discipline for 3 years, only 3 years. And because issuing bonds is resulted in cost to the government, by the amount of the coupon that the government has to pay to the to the investors, the government make a deal with the central bank that the central bank buy government bonds. At what price? 0 coupon for the public goods, the health and the social assistance, and above 0% coupon, but lower than the market rate for the non-public goods. So that's how we solve or reduce the burden to the budget. Okay, I think this is the last one. So the keyword of the management of the fiscal is tidak ugal-ugalan. It's discipline. So the budget, yes, deficit can increase by, higher than 3%, but only for 3 years. The central bank can buy the bonds, but it's only for public goods and non-public goods for responding to the COVID crisis for a certain period of time. So, but the challenge ahead is this one, the subsidy that I already mentioned earlier. For this, there should be a reform, as you see in the figure that we managed to decrease our subsidy by a huge amount. But this year, the figure is much higher than the first year of the President Jokowi first term. So we are back to the old time, basically. And the reform is not going to be easy. So we discussed within our group that, of course, it has to be bring down. However, the political economy is difficult to protect the people and so on. However, when the time is right, like the price is lower, the reform should be there. And we are currently preparing a targeted subsidy which require a comprehensive data set that we don't have currently. So the exclusion error of our social protection is huge during the pandemic. This needs to be addressed. How are we addressing it? By establishing what we call a socio-economic registry, a database for the whole Indonesia by income level, so that with this data, the targeted subsidy can be performed, but we have to wait until next year. With that, I transfer to Doni. Thank you, sir.
Terima kasih banyak, Bu Titik. I'd now like to introduce Dr. Dionysius Narjoko, or Pak Doni, from the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. Pak Doni also did his PhD at the ANU and was awarded the Anne Bates Postgraduate Prize for Indonesian Studies in 2006. His research covers industrialization in Indonesia and Southeast Asia, including economic integration in ASEAN. Pak Doni.
Thank you, Robert. Hello, everyone. Selamat siang. Selamat pagi from Jakarta. So I hope you can hear my voice very well. Good. Okay, so thank you for the organizers to invite me and the others to this conference and then to update and then to write the survey for BS. So let me now quickly start with the industrialization part of this presentation of this update. So the background is during the state's speech of the 16th of August, the president mentioned that the industrialization, especially what's so-called the downstreaming, hilirisasi, is one of the agenda in the next few years for Indonesia. And for this reason, as well as to update what had happened during the pandemic on the manufacturing industry. So we have this section for the survey as well as for the update. Now, if I don't have time later on, pretty much what we want to say in this section is the following. You know, we in terms of industrialization, industry performance in the past few years before the pandemic, the manufacturing industry has been growing moderately. About half of the pre-97-98 crisis, but then when there was a pandemic, the peak of the pandemic, 2020 and early 2021, there was a big drop in several industries. But then, as Titi earlier highlighted, there is some sort of differences of variations in the performance in the contraction during the pandemic. But then these they quickly recovered. So by the end of 2021 and continue to the first and second quarter of this year, manufacturing has seen rather actually rapid recovery. And this is consistent with the moving out of the pandemic slowly, and then the overall recovery. But then when the industry is recovering, it meets again the usual issues in the past, and one of them is the what's so-called the debate on the industrialization, and then the other issues, which basically points to the issues in the competitiveness of the manufacturing industry. And one example of that is Indonesia arguably is still not very strong in the participations in this global value chains, which is the modern productions model of the many countries and in this region, in the East Asia and Southeast Asia region. So yeah, so that's pretty much the story. And one more point is in the past couple of years, there was the idea of the government to build the industry inside the country. So it's the idea of hilirisasi, downstreaming, and moving, try to protect the natural resource sectors, and try to produce what's so-called value added inside the country. This policy is pretty much involve a lot of intervention from the country, from the government, but then it remains debatable on the outcome of the policy. Next slide, please. So the story, and next slide again. So the story is, so this is pretty much the performance of manufacturing industries during and shortly after the pandemic. As we can see, there are a number of sectors, especially those the inelastic, what we call it, but pretty much like food and beverage is not really affected by the pandemic, because food is something that everyone still need, and along with that is the other sectors such as leather and leather goods and footwear, as well as paper and publishing and furniture. So paper and publishing is related to for example, a mask that highly produced during the pandemic. But in the left side of the figures, we also see sectors that already recover after the pandemic, including transport equipment and some of the wood and wood products. So, and the other sectors are on the way to recovery, such as the garment and textile sector. So the story is all the sectors are on the way to recover, and slowly they will go to the level of growth of the pre-pandemic. Next slide, please. But then this is the story about the productivity, so competitiveness. Again, when the industry is on the way to recovery, the question for the future of the industry is what is the real issue? And one of the issue is this productivity growth, which reflects pretty much the competitiveness of the industry. So the story is, and if we put it comparatively with the other countries in the region, it's pretty much Indonesian productivity has been growing very, very slowly in the past 10 years, 20 years. And it pretty much comparable to such as Thailand or Philippines, but then it's still below other countries in the region, such as China and especially Vietnam. And important to note here is the very rapid growth of Vietnam, which is a factor of their ambitious industrial plan and utilizing all of the openness and trade and industrial liberalizations in the region. So that's pretty much the story. And also the domination of China as a country that, as a factory of Asia that drive much of the manufacturing products or activities in the regions, and it's actually also drive price down. And this put more pressure to the competitiveness of the other country. Next slide, please. So next slide again. Next slide, yeah. So this is the debate on industrializations. Next slide, please. Okay, so the story about, so what is the background of this industrialization? So those that argue that Indonesia is experiencing, or Indonesia is deindustrializing, look at the declining trend in the share of manufacturing in national output in GDP, as well as the persistently lower growth of the industries relative to the pre-97-98 economic crisis. So those that looking at these trends argue, Indonesia is deindustrializing. But then if we look at but the fact is the industry still grow, although the level is very low or quite low, like 3 to 5%, 3 to 4 or 5% per year. But then if we look at the share of employment, so manufacturing employment to the total employment of the country, the share actually is still increasing, although at a very slow pace. So this is basically answering those that are arguing the industrialization, that the manufacturing sector in Indonesia is not or may not be deindustrializing, but it just grow very slowly, and many then points to the low competitiveness as we have seen earlier in the very slow growth of productivity. So that's kind of give more support to the point that one of the issues is the competitiveness, which is the slow growth of productivity. And next slide, please. And this is supported with the the idea or the argument that while the other countries or the regions are moving deeper and more extensive in terms of global value chains and international production network, which is the new way of producing goods, especially in machineries, electronics, as well as the automotive sectors or products, Indonesia is arguably still missing out in this global value chain. While other countries, like especially Vietnam and or Philippines and Malaysia, are going deeper into this. Not to mention Thailand. So that's the story about the global value chains. Indonesia is still arguably missing out, except maybe in the automotive sector. Next slide, please. My time is up. So again, next slide. So the story is consistent with this, consistent with all of this story. From the export side, what we've seen is also consistent. But then what we are seeing now, Indonesian manufacturing export is much more diversified. If you look at the table after this slide, in the past few years, exports are dominated by natural resource manufacturing, especially basic metals and palm oil derivative products, such as minyak goreng and others. So the basic metals basically, or mostly likely coming from this low value added nickel product like ferronickel or pig iron nickel, which is the product of this downstreaming industries, downstreaming policy, which is not, while it gives a lot of revenue for export, the value addition actually is still very low. And well, from the industrialization point of view, that is very debatable. But given the commodity boom recently because of the Russian war, and as well as there is a value effect there, then it gives a lot of revenue from export side for the manufacturing. So then that was the last point. So let me then summing up. Next slide, please. Okay, so the slide that I'm looking at. Okay, so to sum up, maybe to quickly sum up, I guess the overall pictures of our economic updates is the Indonesian managed the macro economics very well, coming out from the COVID crisis. But then, given all of this external shock, the public debt position is, well, there is not so much of fiscal space at this moment. But then, yeah, that's one of the implications. Has the COVID crisis produced many major policy rethinks? Maybe not so much, except in the maybe STT and Hal mentioned, there's policy innovation, policy reform from the macro side. Economic policy is increasingly under the shadow of 2024 elections. As we have seen, a lot of strong resurgence of subsidies, trade policies, looking inward, and similar theme of the policy. And in terms of industrializations, we are still talking about the old issue, which is the issues with the competitiveness of the industries. Maybe I'll stop there, or if Halil or Titi or Chandra would like to add something, please. Thank you. Okay.
Terima kasih banyak, Pak Tony. Our next speaker is Dr. Riana Miranti, Ibu Mira. Ibu Mira is Associate Professor at the National Centre for Social and Economic Modelling, Faculty of Business, Governance and Law at the University of Canberra. Her research areas relate to social well-being and equity, mainly focused on the issues of disadvantage, poverty and social inclusion. Mira is a convener of the Indonesia program at her faculty. Ibu Mira.
Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi. Okay. to stand back. Thank you, Robert, for the introduction, and then thank you so much for Pak Hao, Mbak Titik, Doni, Chandra for really, interesting and then comprehensive presentation. And thank you for inviting me to be a discussion for this important session. Really honored and delighted to be here. So I just would like to probably like to provide a little bit of the summary and main themes of what the presentation was about. I know that this is actually the articles that will be, I think there is a play around with my microphone, maybe. Okay, focus much on the macroeconomic updates. I think a little bit less on industrialization, although I think Doni covered that section as well. And then I think the main story, I guess, is Indonesia has managed macroeconomics of COVID crisis pretty well. So we are resilient, but challenges remains at Pak Hao mentions a lot of buts as well. So great coverage, I think very comprehensive, but I think it is not criticism, Pak Hao, Mbak Titik, Mas Doni, more like in terms of the articles. I don't know whether too many issues to discuss, so maybe then in the context of the article, maybe then just shift a couple of focus. And then my discussion is from the lens on non-macroeconomists, because I'm not macroeconomist actually. So these are in some of the suggestions. I think is in this opportunity as well, I think I would like, if relevant, I would like to draw a couple of relevant points from our recent papers that published in the BIS. So I have a really good opportunity to be also co-authors with colleagues Eni Suryastringrum and from UGM and Tri Mulyaningsih from 11 Maret to have an article about women's roles and in the Indonesian economy during the COVID-19 pandemic. So my suggestion is probably also highlighting some opportunities that particularly in terms of the potential policy innovations. I think collaboration with the local government in terms of collaborative governance, and discusses also the challenges, but also touching the micro parts. So what is actually the impact now? What is the what is this macroeconomics condition means? I mean, for community, for population, for labor market. And then the COVID is a crisis, and then how is it similarity? What are the differences in responses, the impacts in comparison to the previous crisis? Have the responses or the policy environment have been better, for example? And in terms of the policy implications, suggestion to link also the 5 national agenda. So just would like to probably discuss a little bit in detail. So the presentation talk about inflations, right? And then what is interesting that for me when I have a look, so is there any things that probably good news can come out of it? I mean, been a couple of development in regards to the local government efforts on this. And for example, I think recently Ibu Sri Mulyani announced that the central government will grant funds around 10 billion rupiah for local government that successfully control inflation in their respective region. So there is a room for really collaboration between the central and local government. And then also the Ministry of Villages Development of the 17th region also issued a decree concerning the control mitigation of regional inflation impact at the village level. And then this actually really interesting because then is encourage kind of collaboration, coordination as well, with the village government to see, for example, commodities that are available in large quantities in one village probably can be distributed to other villages. So I mean, and then for example, here the West Kalimantan provincial government also distributed basic food packages so for people from lower socioeconomic class. So I don't know, it's kind of really maybe a good news. So and then trying to implement like local government efforts as well. Then, in regard to the the discussion in regard to the industrial sectors, I think the impact is gradual, but infant impact. But then I would like to extend further in regard to the labor market, and then I think in the context of this update, which is about gender, that an impact also of varies across gender. So when we talk about resilient sector, and then one of the discussion in the presentation is talking about information and communication, but only 20% of the professional female workers work in the IT industry, for example. So there is still a gap there. I mean, although the resilient sector, but women probably will not be able to, participate fully there. And slow recovery sector as well. I mean, how now we highlighted in our paper, there are, the industries here, like for example, accommodation, restaurant, wholesale, retail trade are the areas where the industries that were the majority of, not majority, like major areas of employment of women, but transport and storage is employed mainly men. So there are, a difference in terms of the impact in the labor market as well, and we discuss about gender. And then when we talk about the global value change, yes, I think we are missing out. It's really interesting that Indonesia is not heavily favored in favor as a country in favor to other countries such as Vietnam and Thailand. I think there is in the presentation, this highlights some prerequisite, but maybe then also a couple of pull factors probably that can be also discussed further is about higher corporate tax and then lower innovation. I mean, Indonesia, interestingly, have lower innovation in comparison to the other Asian or neighboring countries. And then I think Pak Han and Pak Titis mentions about we don't have a room for fiscal, a very small room, but then how about the role of private sectors, to fill in? For example, maybe then facilitation for to increase the companies, the private sector, establishment of R&D centers, I don't know. Something that's probably opportunities for others rather than just government to contribute as well. And then, sorry. Something that is, okay. It's interesting. I think one slide's missing. So the other one is, in regard to the COVID as a crisis, Indonesia adapts to the crisis pretty well. And I guess I think the suggestion is how different or similarities Indonesia adapt to this crisis in comparison to previous crises. So for example, in our paper, we mentioned that crisis has affected gender differently. It's different from regular recessions, COVID actually have a greater impact of employment opportunities on women, while probably in other crises, maybe have greater impact of employment for men. And then also, for example, in the as an impact of COVID, now we see that in terms of female employment that there is a effects and also among women as well. So in regard to the last one, I think in terms of the policy implication, recently Pak Jokowi mentions about this 5 national agenda. Aims to develop an inclusive, fair, and sustainable Indonesia. My suggestion is from the presentation. So, which agenda that you think that probably most challenging, and then which one is the gap probably is the largest? Because you mentioned in the presentation that there's a trade-off between the subsidy and infrastructure, and that may hinder the 5th agenda on this 5 national agenda, on the construction of the new national capital. So Then I think that is probably it from me. I think it's really, really comprehensive, and then I think I learned a lot. I think it's a really good opportunity for me as well, and I like with this Indonesia update to know what's happening in Indonesia, and then I believe it will be a really, really great article. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih, Bu Mira. We have a little bit of time now for questions. Not a lot of time, so please keep your questions short, very short, and only ask one. Have we got our mics ready? And so I think there's one just there, and I think someone will run a mic over that side. And we got a second mic on the go? The second mic's over there. Great, thanks.
Yes, thank you, Hal, Mbak Titi, and Doni for the great presentation. So what you have shown us is that Indonesian economy is relatively resilient toward crisis, and that is something that we have learned before. So we know that it is actually quite resilient because of the macro policy that has been prudent, that was set up in the 1980s, and also the informal sector. But I think the question that we always ask in the last two decades is that each time that we are actually bounced back, will be bounced back better. And better typically acts in three things. One is that the distributional aspect. Yes, if we look at just South Jakarta, it is an OECD. But if you travel to NTT, it is relatively variable. And those distribution, it has been questioned whether it's actually progressing or not. Second is on the issue of
environment. Just one question. We might let them answer first, just because you don't have much time.
All right.
Thank you.
So, but
and questions
up
there.
Three things.
Just one question.
Is on distribution, two is on environment, and three is whether those growth is enough for get out from the middle income trap.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we'll have to have a pretty quick answer. Thanks. And can you see that? Yep, who's up there? Okay. From the blue? Yep, thanks. Blue.
Hi, thanks. Liam Gammon from ANU, not an economist. One of the really remarkable things about the sort of Jokowi-era economic policy has been that the tax to GDP ratio seems to have barely budged over the life of the Jokowi presidency. So what are the political and institutional barriers, what are the political and institutional causes of that not having budged, and what needs to happen so that the new harmonized tax law can help fix this problem?
Thank you.
You want to go to...
Do you need to...
Oh, I think we can do it here, right?
Can you? Okay.
Can you hear me?
No, I don't
I need a mic. Okay. We might use that mic. I don't think it's...
Hello.
No, we'll just use the roving mic. Thanks.
Oh, that's for the
And yeah, we got some questions
maybe
online.
Take off mask.
Yeah, I can just ask
Maybe
one.
take off mask.
Okay, so I might do it now after they've answered. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you for the questions, Mas Budi. I think Mas Budi always asks difficult questions. So I think crisis is always a good time to do the reform, including the distributional aspect of the economic development. So as I mentioned earlier, during the pandemic, to handle the pandemic, the cost of the social protection is huge, like 700 last year, and 600 trillion in 2020. Why is it so? Because we don't have updated social protection database. So in order to cover everyone, we have to use so many instruments. Even the Dana Desa has to be a use for the direct transfer to people living in the rural area in desa. So the social protection system has to be fixed. one of the way to improve our social protection system is by improving the database. What we have currently, yes, there are people that are poor and vulnerable that been recorded in 2016, but if you don't update it, because of the social dynamics, there might be more of those, but some of the data set is out, should be. So one is the database, Mas Budi, and the system itself. Like for example, we have to have the on-demand application so that the people that is excluded from the system can enroll and get the support, which is actually this year the Ministry of Social Affairs have that kind of application, but we are not sure how fast the response to that. So that's on the distribution. On the environment, this is very tough, Mas Budi, but as you know, our target is in the COP and in the Paris Agreement. I think that's one of the anchor to get a better alignment to the environmental commitment. On the growth 5%, I think you know the answer. So maybe the tax rate, I think because there are so many informal sectors, one of them, and we need to improve the system itself. So what is currently we have is enacted last year the new tax law, which going to improve the tax basis. Those include the increase in the value-added tax, as you know, and also the core system of the tax collection is going to be installed. This is a 3-year project, and I think it's almost ready. I think those kind of things that we need to fix in Indonesia and to let people pay taxes. I think that's all.
We have some questions online. Would you be able to read those out for us, please? Janita, or in a big voice.
Yeah, I've got a question from Colin Graham from online, and he's asking about how you define deindustrialization. He notes that the industrial growth is flatlining in the graphs that were shown earlier, but how is it in terms of a relative share of growth between sectors? And is there time for one more? Yep. One last question is, will the Bank of Indonesia be able to continue to hold interest rates if the fuel subsidy can no longer be increased, and how will this affect consumption and investment in Indonesia?
Thank you. Okay. But Donnie, are you able to answer that first question?
Yeah, thank you, Robert. I guess deindustrializations, if you look at the literature, is the strict definition is if you are looking at declining share in terms of output as well as in terms of employment, and also declining growth. But we are seeing with Indonesia, and I argue there is no deindustrialization, is while the growth is flat, but still growing, although at much slower pace, like 3 to 5% per year. And while output share is declining, looks like now is almost reaching the bottom, like it's been maybe consistently 20% of the GDP in the past few years, except during 2020. And why there is no deindustrialization is, as we pointed out earlier, the manufacturing employment share is still growing, again, although at a very low pace. But all this, there is no strong case for deindustrialization. That there is a risk for that, yes, and the source of the risk is competitiveness, the slow productivity growth. So the sort of the implication is for policy is how to increase that productivity growth. Yeah, maybe hopefully it answers the questions. Yeah, thank you, Robert.
Thank you. And
so on the second question, any discussion of monetary policy will certainly send the audience to sleep, right? But so I'll try and be brief and try and be clear. Bank Indonesia, like all central banks, is kind of walking a tightrope. The RBA in Australia is walking the same tightrope, so is the US Fed, everyone, because we're in this kind of uncertain world where inflation has suddenly risen unexpectedly quickly. Indonesia, as we mentioned in the presentation, hasn't yet had a real problem with inflation, partly because its labour market, as Titik mentioned, is so different, partly because Indonesia didn't have the huge fiscal and monetary stimulus which countries like Australia and America had, and partly because rice prices have been pretty stable, and that's a key indicator. So it's not yet under the same pressure as a lot of other central banks, but there's still this question and this concern, is it kind of behind the curve, and will it have to suddenly push up interest rates quickly? It doesn't want to do that because it doesn't want to slow the economic recovery. So it's walking this tightrope. The policy rate, as shown in the graph, was fixed this year until just at the end of August when it increased very slightly. The tightrope is also there because it does depend on the government maintaining the fuel subsidies, and as we've mentioned, that's a very uneconomic and inequitable strategy. So if the subsidies were to come off, there would be this price pressure, and Bank Indonesia probably would have to increase interest rates. But at the moment, it's still okay. But it's really, what's this space? It's quite uncertain, I think, but so far, so good.
Thanks very much, Hal. We have time for one last question. I think one of our online questions was from a female, but other than that, we haven't got any. So can I just see any female questions, please? The one in the middle there. Good on you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I'm privileged to be a woman. Sorry. My question is about another crisis, a climate crisis. So you talk about COVID crisis. What has Indonesian government in terms of economic program has done or will do in the sense of addressing climate crisis? Thank you.
This is also difficult questions for me. So this climate is a tough issue for Indonesia, but as you, Indonesia has its commitment to Paris Agreement. That's one of the anchor, as I mentioned. So what have Indonesia has done in terms of meeting its commitment? So there are several. One of them is on the land use, and then energy, and also the transport sector. So basically, and this is also in the G20. One of the agenda is how to get the countries into transformation from non-renewable energy to more renewable energy. And the energy transition is very costly, I guess. And with the COVID and this war, I think that agenda might be pushed back because of the transition can be longer this time around. So to answer your question, what we have been doing, so I think probably quite limited. And how about the future? I think the challenge is still, I mean, even greater because of the scarcity and the cost to transform our energy and the way of living into more environmental friendly and less or low carbon economy. I think I have hang on the so I think I forgot what what about to say with about the low carbon economic activity, but I'll pick up later when I have lunch with you.
Well, look, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much to everybody. And thank you to our panel. The next session about Indonesia's democratic transition will commence at 1 p.m. For panel members and chairs, there will be a lunch in the courtyard. For everyone else, there are some fantastic cafeterias around the campus. I understand prayers are being held at 1:10 on the basketball court. Thank you very much.
session, please stay seated because the next panel will move up and will go directly into the next panel, so there'll be no break at the end of this presentation. So I'm really honoured to be able to introduce the speaker for this introductory session, who will give a kind of an overview and a context to all of the papers that are to come, and no doubt will pick up on many of the themes that will be discussed in greater detail over the next day. Our speaker today, Emeritus Professor Catherine Robinson, is really extremely well qualified and really the perfect person to give this kind of overview session. She's worked on issues around gender and women in Indonesia since, what is it, the 1970s, Kathy? And Bu Kathy, as she's known to many of her students, has inspired a whole generation of students and academics to delve more deeply into issues of gender and women in Indonesia. So I'm really happy to be able to introduce her talk today. Kathy will speak for 20 minutes, and then we'll have a maximum of 10 minutes for questions at the end of her talk. So I'll hand straight over, Kathy.
Well, thank you, Sally, and thank you everyone for coming to hear me. And I want to first of all thank the organisers, who was this triumvirate that is sitting here, what hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, something like that, who invited me to give this talk. So I hope I'm worthy of their confidence. So I'll just begin. Indonesia's path to democracy, which was the aspiration of the popular movements that led to the toppling of the authoritarian New Order 24 years ago,
progress.
encompassed ideals of electoral democracy, social justice and equity. I think all themes that we're going to hear a lot about during this update. And these were summed up in the catch cry of that euphoric moment, pemberdayaan, empowerment. This aspiration encompassed women and gender equity. And women's activism was critical to the genesis of that revolutionary moment. Difficulties faced by households in meeting the needs of everyday life because of the 1997 financial crisis sparked the first street protests against Suharto's government, the Suara Ibu Peduli, or Voice of Concerned Mothers, who had a demonstration at the iconic Hotel Indonesia roundabout in February 1998. But also, when everything started to fall apart, the reactive political theatre deployed by the failing regime included orchestrated rapes of Chinese women in Jakarta as part of a shadow play, a sandiwara, scapegoating Indonesia's Chinese for the economic chaos. And this had, I think, the unintended consequence of bringing a spotlight onto violence against women, which hitherto had been a rumbling complaint from women's rights activists. The move away from authoritarian rule began with the institutional changes enacted by interim President Habibie, who was only in power 1988-1999. And this included, and I've put them up here for you, direct elections, decentralisation, and also he very quickly established the National Commission on Violence Against Women, and we're going to hear more about that during the update. But as well as that, we had the Constitutional Court, which was established as part of the redrafting of the Constitution and so on in 2001. And these are all really important because all of these political innovations and institutional innovations have become some of the platforms, if you like, that are there for gender equity advocates to press their claims. I'm going to talk about some of those in this talk. Now, the first direct election was held for the Parliament was held in 1999, but it was a big disappointment for people who were struggling for gender equity because only 8.8% of the seats were won by women. So it was even less than had been in those quasi, half-appointed, half-elected parliaments of the Suharto era. So so what we saw was that women activists picked up on the UN agenda, the international agenda promoted by bodies like the International Parliamentary Union, to set a quota for women's representation. And so they took the 30% figure from the from those international bodies. And when the law of elections was passed in 2003, it included a quota, but it was a very weak kind of quota, and it was an encouragement for parties to include at least 30% of women in the lists of candidates that they put up for the multi-member electorates that were elected for the Indonesian Parliament. And I've just I think someone else is going to speak much more in detail about this, so I've just summarised it all here. First of all, I think it's important to note this conclusion from the International Parliamentary Union from this year, where they comment that quotas are one of the most critical success factors in increasing women's representation. And you can see here, I won't go through it in detail, but we moved through various iterations of the legislation, the legislation on political parties, elections and so on, to firm up the quota, but also to firm up scrutiny on compliance by parties with the quota. And so you've had a gradual improvement, and by 2019 you can see in the National Parliament, the DPR, there's 24% of women, which is short of 30%, but it's above the average for Asia, according to the International Parliamentary Union. So it's not, you know, yoo-hoo, wahoo, fabulous, we've cracked it, but it's a success, and it's a real movement. And of course, the direct election rules applied to those newly empowered, decentralised political centres of the districts, but also the provinces, and they also had to comply in their elections with the 30% quota. Hasn't been quite so successful. They've managed to get into the teens of women's representation, but it's really varied. Some of the district governments, district parliaments are really small, and there might only be 4 or 8 people. But you find in some of them they're all women, and in some of them there are no women. But one of my students, Wahida Siregar, did some research in East Java many years ago, and there was something I thought was very interesting, that there was only one woman in the district parliament that she was studying, which I think it had 8 members. But the gentlemen who were the majority, when it was something that they thought was something that was to do with women's interests, I think the idea of the quota promotes this idea that there are special ways that women need to be represented, or that their interests need to be represented. And so she describes them turning and saying, well, boo, this is gender, what do you think, boo? And I think women have been very, Indonesian women, of course, we know, I mean, look at the ones we've got at this update. They're amazingly resourceful, amazingly kind of clever at strategizing these things. And so what we've seen is the development of these caucuses. And for some of these small parliaments, the caucus includes women from other kinds of NGOs and civil society organisations who support the women who might be a minority in the parliament. But of course, certainly in the DPR, in the national parliament, the women's caucus is an actual kind of it's a formal body. I'll just, sorry. I've just got this slide up for you to show you the women's candidacy in the 2019 election for the DPR. And you can see there's a lot of variation between the parties, but some of them are getting quite a high proportion of women candidates. But the other interesting thing that's happened in terms of fiddling with the quota and how the quota might actually work for women, you had in, I think, 2008, anyway, that you had a limited zipper system where that they were required to have at least one of the top 3 candidates in these multi-member electorates as a woman, that is, to have a woman in one of the potentially winnable positions, because there had been a tendency to put women in what is quaintly called the urutan sepatu, the shoe order, right down the bottom. But unfortunately, a constitutional court challenge said that this was unconstitutional. But then what started to happen was that candidates started to campaign not for the whole of, not as a member of a party, but as individuals. And I think this how to vote card for this candidate shows it really nicely. So this created new problems for women because it was not just that they were struggling within their parties to try and get near the top of the list, but they were having to compete against everybody, including all the other members of their party, in order to get votes for themselves. But I might leave the discussion of the elections there because we're going to have other people talking about that. But one of the things that I want to talk about, and also I'm not going to talk about women in we know there's been a bit of a feminisation of cabinet, like especially in Jokowi's first cabinet, where he appointed some extremely high-profile women. So I think that's also going to be discussed by another speaker, but also the important thing about women in the civil service and women in other kind of high-level decision-making roles. But I'll leave that to somebody else, because what I want to talk about next is, well, what's behind this? You know, what's behind some of these dynamics of gender struggle and the struggles for gender equity in the Indonesian archipelago. And so I want to look at the ways that New Order ideology and state practice reshaped and restructured the gender orders of these multiple societies of the archipelago. Is this door number 5? Yes. We know that well, gendered power was at the heart of the authoritarian style of the New Order. Thanks. The policies that Surya Kusuma termed state Ibuism were a pillar of a state ideology in which the naturalised authority of the Bapak president as the head of the nation mirrored the natural authority of the male household head. And this model was enshrined in the 1974 marriage law, which I'll talk about a bit more in a moment. So the ideal citizen mother was defined through wifeliness and motherhood and her 2 carefully spaced children. And she was the penerus bangsa, you know, the continuity of the nation, you know, the breeding for the nation, that kind of idea. And this model of gender relations was not just ideology, it was very much enforced through institutional practices such as the compulsory corporatised women's organisations like PKK and Dharma Wanita, but also the state family planning program that I'll talk about a little more in a moment, where only married women were eligible, but also that women were notionally only offered contraception with the permission of their husbands, who were the male household heads as defined by the marriage law. And this powerful ideology of the male as household head is proving to have residual strength in defining women's social, political and economic roles and the cultural construction of womanhood. And so even though, for example, we can see that support for women candidates is increasing, I mean, I think some of the work Sally's done has said, you know, well, people say, well, women are, you know, they should be mothers, you know, that kind of thing. You know, it's still there as this ideology that's kicking around. And what I've done here is I've put up this slide, which I just took randomly from photographs that I've taken across Indonesia over the years, just to show you, you know, Indonesia is a really diverse place. And one of the elements of that diversity that gets hidden by this tendency to talk about that cultural construction of gender that was part of the central to the New Order as traditional, is that all of this diversity is lost, whether you're talking about economic relations, social relations, rights in marriage. All of these things varied across the Indonesian archipelago, and the effect of the New Order state ideology was to try to shrink them all, this diversity, and bring them into one model. Now, of course, you know, this idea of the woman as having a primary responsibility as wife and mother locates her within the household. And households are really important because households are the everyday sites for the reproduction of gender relations, not just for biological reproduction, but also social reproduction. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about marriage. Women's groups have protested women's unequal rights in marriage, particularly Muslim marriage, in Indonesia since the colonial era. And in 1974, when the New Order government passed the marriage law, which was a secular marriage law, so it took it outside of the realm of religion and into the realm of the state, this could in some ways be seen as a triumph of those struggles that have been going on since at least, through all those women's congresses from the 1930s on. But as I said, the same law ironically inscribes men as household heads. Men are kings in their domain, the patriarchal dividend flowing to men in general from the hegemonic masculine authority at the heart of the nation. And so, for example, the achievement of the law outlawing domestic violence in 2004, really crucial in terms of entering into those household dynamics, that the man's ability to freely, hit his wife or whatever, being one of the last sort of important bastions of this idea of the man as the king in his own castle. But marriage regulation has proved to be unfinished business. And of course, after Reformasi, everything was up for grabs. And of course, when we're talking about struggles for gender equity, we're talking about taking, power away from some groups and giving it to other groups. And so immediately you had men using that euphoric moment of Reformasi to look at the elements of the marriage law that they saw as restricting their rights. For example, limitations on their rights to polygyny, what Indonesia, we talk about polygamy, but we really mean polygyny, many wives, and also I've forgotten the word. Men's unilateral rights to divorce. That they had to go through the through the courts. So this has been an important side of contestation, with men arguing that polygyny should be allowed, and women wanting to have a tightening of the provisions of the marriage law that they felt went against women's interests. So, for example, outlawing polygamy or removing this idea of the man as the household head and this kind of thing. And what's, I think, has been very interesting is that the Constitutional Court has been, which was established in 2001 as one of these new institutions, has become one of the most important places where this contestation takes place. And I haven't got time to talk about that a lot here, but but this hasn't gone uncontested. So women have been arguing, on the one hand, that they wanted to have women's rights strengthened in terms of the marriage law. And I put up one of Mustamulia's book up there, Islam refutes or challenges polygamy, because this has been a really important strand that I hope I'll get time to return to in a moment, that a lot of these arguments to promote men's rights since Reformasi have been phrased as Islamist ideology. But this hasn't gone unchallenged by women who've gone, in Indonesian women have been, and not just women, but also men, have been absolutely extraordinary in terms of arguing against this with interpretations of Quranic principles that are in favour of gender equity. I'll come back to that in a minute, but I just want to make a quick comment about some of the ways that this idea about men as household heads has ramifying implications. And one of them is around land titling, and this amazing diversity of cultures across the archipelago that was represented by those pictures I showed you before. There's a huge variety of ways in which women get access to land. They have customary rights through their clans. They have rights because of inheritance. They have rights through gifting through their parents. They have rights as members of suku, of groups that have communal rights in land. Now, this is all being under attack in contemporary Indonesia by efforts at ordering this whole system by land rights and land titling. And it's really clear that around 25% of the formal land titles that are being written are to men, and because they're given to them. The idea is that it goes to the household head, which is still defined as male. So in fact, this is having an incredible effect on women's access to land. And one of the things that I would talk about if I had more time was the importance of the difference between the experience of women in rural areas and women in urban areas. And for a lot of rural women, they're still dependent on livelihoods that are land extensive. And so this is really an important thing. I want to make 2 more points. One of them is about women and work. And this is because I'm an anthropologist and we always want to talk about our field sites. And I just want to say something about, Sarah's going to talk to you about the big picture figures about women in formal employment and so on. But I just wanted to bring to your attention this, what I think is an interesting story, that when I first went to this mining town in the 1970s, the only formal employment in the mining company that was available to women was nurses, secretaries and domestics in the company mess. Sound familiar? This is what it looks like today. These women up here are all the daughters and granddaughters of the people who I first met when I went there in the 70s. And look at them now. They're driving the big trucks in the mine sites. The woman sitting on the tyre is the chemist who assays the samples in the refinery every night. The woman up in the top, the young woman with the apron on, is an apprentice welder. So the whole picture of women's employment in this little microcosm is really changing. And of course, this continues a trend that was one of those contradictions of the New Order, where we had a bit of a reference in the economics update to the light industrial sector. But of course, when those manufacturers came in the 80s and 90s, the clothing, footwear, clothing, textiles, of course they preferentially employed women because that's who they want to do. That's what those global factories did. And that went against this idea that women stayed at home. Oh no, I really did want to tell you about Kupi. Everyone, I suppose, knows about the Congress Ulama Perempuan, and this is a formal institutional setting where women are actually contesting some of the new claims for male supremacy that are coming out of Islamist doctrines. We heard a bit about that in Ken's talk this morning. Kupi was held in 2017. Someone can ask me a question about it and I'll say more about it. But what they did was they issued 3 fatwa. 1, minimum age of marriage at 18. 2, that sexual violence against women, including in marriage, is haram. The 3rd is that environmental destruction is haram, as it can trigger destruction that's harmful to women. And so 2 of these things, the child marriage and domestic violence, have already been dealt with in legislation. Last point, Indonesia's fertility rate is declining. That's to do with panics people had about the consequences of decentralisation for centralised services. Oh my goodness, BKKBN won't be able to function anymore. But in fact, I think this shows us that Indonesian women have embraced the idea of fertility control, which of course is a really important thing for women in terms of their lives. And I just want to show you my last slide, sorry. Kartini. Kartini is a powerful symbol for gender equity in Indonesia, and she's been used by different regimes for different purposes. I talked to a whole lot of young people a few years ago about what Kartini meant to them, and what came through was this wonderful sense that Kartini for them means doing something that you've never done before, which is fabulous. So these women have climbed a mountain. It's a common thing to do. You climb a mountain, you pull out your white kabaya, you stand at the top, you're a Kartini. Garuda advertises its Kartinis, which is the fact that Garuda employs women as pilots, as mechanics, as whatever. And excuse the terrible pun, but it seems to me that in terms of young women in Indonesia today, the sky's the limit. Excuse the terrible pun. Sorry to go over. Right.
Thank you very much, Kathy. It's a very hard task to fit 20 years of reformasi and gender relations and changes in gender and women's lives into 20 minutes. So thank you very much for that. And you've brought up so many issues that I'm sure we'll be debating again and again over the next day. So if people would like to put their hands up for questions, and please keep your questions short and one question per person. So we'll start up there. We have a question up there. Do we have someone on this side? Any more questions? Put your hands up now. Okay, so we've got another one up the back there. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Ibu Kathy. That was very interesting. I'm too late to join this movement of women, but I'd like to know if you can say a little bit about equal opportunities, fantastic. Is it followed by equal pay? Thank you. Equal pay. Whether they receive the same salary, although they've got good jobs, but I was wondering if they also have an equal payment.
Okay. Pak Terry?
I'd like to take you up on the family planning story. Could you tell us more about what is really happening in family planning? Because as far as we can see, the BKKBN is now totally devoted to stunting interventions. And it's a question as to who's providing these contraceptive and abortion services, and are they as free to do so as they were 10 years ago?
Okay, and we'll take the third question right there in the middle. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to know, could you expand on the anti-polygamy movement? Thank you.
Okay.
First question, I think Sarah's going to explain to us tomorrow that equal opportunity does not mean equal pay, and this is still a really big issue. Terry, thank you, Pat Terry, because of course when I was trying to write the family planning story, who did I look up but Terry Hull? I'll just go back to my slide. I'll take this and show you this picture. That what's been happening is that where is it? Sorry, that family planning, or the distribution of contraceptions is now the responsibility of the districts. And there's a law that says they have to have some institution that does it, and sometimes it's a civil registration body, sometimes it's a women's rights thing or something like that. And I'll just show you this picture I took on the Musi River a few years ago, and this is the kind of thing you see. It's privatised family planning in the villages, but it's usually run by village midwives. And this has got its own problems because people have to pay, and there's an incentive for the midwives to choose methods that mean people have to keep coming back, like the suntik or, because then they have repeat customers and fees. And the other problem, of course, that Terry's written about is the fact that it's still, these contraceptives are still distributed to married women. And so I think Sarah's going to talk about the fact that you're having declining marriage ages in spite of increased education. But as Terry has pointed out, there is this large group of young adults who are now getting education, going into the workforce, who might be sexually active, where there's this unmet need. And I think the abortion situation is still very unclear, still illegal as I understand it, and it's so it's not a good story. Whether there is free as 10 years ago, that's what I wanted to talk about, decentralisation, but I didn't get I didn't give myself enough time. But I think the decentralisation story has been on the one hand, on the other hand, that on the one hand we've had the Perda Sharia that I think we're going to have someone talk about at the district level, which has often been discriminatory against women. But at the other hand, we had a little workshop, John and people had a little workshop a couple of weeks ago on livelihoods in rural Indonesia, and we had one very nice example of something I've heard of a lot, that at the local level, that dream of decentralisation, that the people being close to the legislators means they're going to be able to influence them, in some places that is working for women. Through their civil organisations and often through their religious organisations like the Religious Studies Group, the women train themselves quite self-consciously sometimes to be able to become advocates for issues that they see as important. And I think, as we can see from the fatwa at Kupi, women in Indonesia are defining women's interests quite broadly. It's not just about women as a group versus men as a group. You know, they do have an understanding of a broader kind of thing. The anti-polygamy movement, you had these famous, I'm not quite sure really what, it's just that men started to assert their rights to polygamy and going to the Constitutional Court and saying this infringes my religious rights which are guaranteed under the Constitution. That was rejected. But women see the fact that men can have more than one wife as a real kind of offence and a problem for them. And from my experience in village Indonesia, it's not about sex, it's about economics. You know, that anxiety that if a man gets a new wife, he's going to neglect the family that he's already got, including his children. As one of my friends said once when she was having a fight with her co-wife, I'll cut his penis in half and she can have half and I'll have half. Because to her it was that she was worried about her children. So that's the anti-polygamy thing. Does that answer your question? Leave it there.
Okay, and on that note, we'll wrap up this session. So please join me in thanking Kathy. And please stay seated for the next panel.
Just to follow up on the polygamy issue, you might remember Gim, the amazing preacher that many, many Indonesian Muslim women thought was just the best thing out, took a second wife and his reputation plummeted. So he never got back to where he had been when he was a loyal first wife man. I think he's still got valuable appendages. I'm going to stand over that side because that's where I'm more comfortable, and I saw Sally making use of the red card, which I'm sure I won't have to do. It's a huge pleasure to be here and welcome everybody. Teman lama dan teman baru, selamat siang. A very special day when we can meet face to face, more or less, without our masks or with them. And it's wonderful to see, as I said, old faces and new faces. So looking through the program, I am stunned by the number of wonderful emerging, no, they have emerged already, scholars in whose hands the future of Indonesian studies is totally assured. So I'd like to clap all of them. I used to worry about who would take over when the old guard had gone. No, we should go now. So our panel is Sesi Nomor 3, Gender Ideologies, Representation, Contestations, Gendering Islamic and Islamist Movements. Now, do you know the difference between the two? Islamist means extremist, or is generally understood to be extreme understandings of Islam, rather than conventional mainstream. We have Dr. Eva Nisa, welcome back to ANU, Dr. Benjamin Hegati, and Dr. Ella Prihatini, all the way from Western Australia. But I'd like to start with Ibu Eva, would you like to come now? And I'll just talk while you're taking up position. Eva has a rare degree really in Quranic exegesis from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. That is the top place to be. Well done. Thank you. Leiden Masters and an ANU PhD. 2 postdoctoral scholarships in Europe, and on the 21st of September, 5 days' time, her Routledge book on contemporary Muslim women will be published. Congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Nia, for your very kind introduction. A very good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much, Indonesia Update, Indonesia, ANU Indonesia Project, ANU College of Asia and the Pacific. I'll be talking about gender Islamic and Islamist movement in contemporary Indonesia, as Ibu Nia mentioned, and focusing specifically on gender just networks and hijrah movements. The focus of my presentation or my paper is on analyzing the intersections between the resurgence of piety in contemporary Indonesia alongside the birth of the new gender just networks initiated by Gender Just Ulama, as Ibu Kathy mentioned, the 2017 Indonesian Gender Just Ulama Congress, KUPI Congress. The research question is, how is gender equality and Islam discussed and also contested in contemporary Indonesia by various actors? And I will focus mainly on digital activism using Instagram as one of the most popular platforms used by those involved in the discussion of Islam and gender equality in Indonesia. And this presentation will be divided into 2 main parts. In the first part, I will focus on discourses pertaining to gender justice. I will unpack the concept of hijrah. Hijrah literally means emigration or migration, and in this context, it refers to the transformation to become a better Muslim. And in the second part, I will focus on case studies of digital activism and the contestation between conservative and progressive currents as articulated on Instagram accounts of these 2 currents. I will mainly focus on 2 Instagram accounts, Muslimah Feminists representing a more progressive Muslims, and then the second one, this is gender representing more conservative current. Let's start from the context of Indonesian Islam. We understand that Indonesia is known for its version of moderate Islam. However, as we also know that the country has witnessed what Martin van Brunsen calls a conservative turn. This is evident, for example, in the post-authoritarian regime, when various conservatives become more vocal in the Indonesian public space. And it was also evident earlier in the 1980s through the increasing influence of the Middle East and also the victory of the Iranian Islamic Revolution. Conservatives and radicals are different, and of course we know that they understand certain they share certain kind of similarities. They are quite different, but they also share certain kind of similarities, and one of them is their position that reject the idea of gender equality. Moderate and progressive Muslim emphasizing wasatiyah or middle path or centrist Islam that espouses and advocates tolerance and humanitarian perspectives believe that gender justice is part of the Indonesians' moderate Islam value. And moderation brought by modernist reformist thinkers from other Muslim-majority countries has been very influential in Indonesia to strengthen gender justice awareness. What we can see from many Muslim-majority countries is that male moderate Muslim modernists are important figures in the early struggle for gender-just initiatives and also gender-just thoughts. And this phenomenon is also present in Indonesia. In Indonesia, we have Gus Dur, Nasaruddin Umar, Hussein Muhammad, Fakhruddin Abdul Qadir, and many more. And these are some of their publications on women. Now, the struggle for gender justice can be seen even from the classical problem, namely the use of the term gender and feminism. Gender-just Muslim activists have been quite careful in using these terms because of the assumption that they carry Western and colonial exported beliefs and also values. Indeed, colonial powers in some Muslim majority countries positioned women in Islam as part of the rhetoric to justify the project of modernization and also the agenda of civilizing the uncivilized. And Lila Abu Lughat's work in this context is very important. Do Muslim women need saving? When I conducted research on conservative women of various Salafi groups, an informant shared her thoughts on Islamic feminists, stating they are Western agents, mereka budak Barat, or they are the slave of the West. Given these strong positions, some Islamic feminists and also gender just activists try not to use these terms. And for example, this one, Nyai Afwa, who is a Nyai or a female leader of a pesantren of Islamic boarding school with 1,500 students in West Java, she shared her concern about introducing issues pertaining to gender equality. And she says, I use the Arabic term to replace the Western terms. I use the terms such as al-adalah, justice, al-musawah, equality, and mubadalah, reciprocity, and also mutual understanding. And this problem is, in fact, it's not unique to Indonesia. We can see this one too in other countries, like in Malaysia, for example. Even some scholars have rejected the use of the term Islamic feminism. This include Asma Barlas. Right, now I would like to focus on how progressive and conservative voices understand the notion of hijrah. The contestation between the two currents reminds me of how two categories introduced by an American philosopher and also legal scholar born in Lebanon, Aziza Al-Hibri. She mentioned in her study of Islam and patriarchy, she mentioned these two types of groups. The first one is the group that emphasize today's Islam is fair and just to women, and can be seen from this also can be seen from the views of conservative Muslims in Indonesia. And then the second one is those who are critical of patriarchal understanding of Islam that are for them not true Islam. And according to Al-Hibri, patriarchy was able to devour Islam and quickly make it as its own after the death of the Prophet Muhammad. And the position of this last group is precisely the position of KUPI Congress Network. I don't want to cover KUPI because Professor Casey already mentioned that one. So KUPI is basically, KUPI networks can be regarded as the current front runners for gender equality within Islamic domain. And KUPI has been mentioned as a historic case in the struggle against gender inequality in Indonesia. The various conservative groups, on the other hand, are the champions of gender complementarity. The constituents and proponents of hijrah movements are part of this current. The hijrah movement, I have to emphasize here, the hijrah movement is not a monolithic movement. Various conservative and also Islamic movements, especially their young cohorts, they try to use this term extensively to signify that they have experienced changes in the way they understand and practice religion by adopting what they believe as the true Islam. So we can say that those under this hijrah movement, the supporters are the followers of the Tarbiyah movement and HTI and also various Salafi groups. And the current phenomenon of hijrah was especially popularized by young public figures such as male and female actors and also singers. What is important in the process of hijrah is their appeal. So their more Islamic appearance becomes a symbol of their transformation. You could see from these pictures, for example. So they differentiate between two types of veil, jilbab syar'i, so the more kind of Sharia compliant veil and non-Sharia compliant veil. And unfortunately, I suppose my veil, for many of them, it's not all part of this Sharia compliant veil. And then, for a man, we can see here also they provide like a free altering service for mankind above the ankle length. The person who has tattoos, they also offer the street removal, and you can see the tagline here. stories. And the swift growth of Hijrah movements and also the growth of new type of religious authority and young conservative interpreters online and also offline, and the growth of their followers has led many moderate Muslim organizations of Kupi networks to revise their da'wah or their proselytization, to revise their da'wah path to also involve young tech-savvy Muslims with strong Islamic studies background to support their agenda to educate Indonesians on Islamic gender-just perspective. Rahima, an NGO founded in 2000, for example, focusing on gender education and also women's rights, just issued a new project called Pengkaderan Ulama Perempuan. So this one. And basically what they want is they want to recruit these young tech-savvy Muslims who have this strong Islamic studies background to also support their agenda of gender equality. When I met the Rahima's chairperson, Mbak Pera Soparianti, and she was very excited to share this initiative, she said, we need young tech-savvy religious authorities with moderate and progressive understandings of Islam to counter those of conservative Hijrah movements and provide alternative views of Islam and gender-just perspective. And gender-just Kupi networks like Rahima, for example, Fahmina and Alimat, through their Instagram accounts, Suara Rahima, Mubadalah, and also Muslimah Feminist that I will touch upon later after this, also counters the conservatives group monopoly of the term hijrah by introducing and highlighting a new understanding of hijrah in relation to gender norms. So they introduced this term of hijrah untuk kemanusiaan perempuan, hijrah for the humanity of women. This is just, I will show you this, I share you these two tables. So on the left, I have this one. I have collected this since the end of 2015, and I keep monitoring the growth of these Instagram accounts. So here, all these Instagram accounts are basically conservative kind of Instagram accounts, and you could see here there is Ala Santri, NU Online, Santri Indonesia. They are all can be regarded as quite progressive kind of Instagram accounts. And as you can see, in 2016, the Voices of Islam on Instagram were mostly colored by conservatives. Here, this one, 2016, mostly colored by conservatives. The most popular ones were only, for the progressive, the most popular ones only these three. I mean, yeah, NU Online is improving, good on NU Online, but still, compared to this one, it's still behind. Okay, and the second table demonstrates a brighter phenomenon here. I just collected the most popular accounts that focus on campaigning for certain understanding of gender and feminism. And we see here that the NU Islamic or NU-based Islamic feminist accounts, all this one, are doing better than the Islamist conservative voices in here. So you could see Mubadalah, for example, the number of followers quite significant, 39,000 something. So they're doing great in terms of trying to introduce more kind of serious understanding of gender equality. So we should be optimistic with that one, seeing that one, that table. And then, so this, thank you. So this section, this is on, now I would like to focus on narratives of two Instagram accounts that I mentioned before. One is Muslimah Feminist, representing the progressive Muslims, and the other one is This Is Gender, representing the conservative one. This Is Gender created in 2017, and again, always lagging behind the moderate voice. The Muslimah Feminist was created a year after that, in 2018. So This Is Gender created, This Is Gender is the representative of the conservative and with a strong link with the Tarbiyah movement, and This Gender is also a social media platform from a conservative group closely connected with INSIS, the Institute for the Study of Islamic Thought and Civilizations. Some of you might be familiar with this one. So INSIS is a small but vocal Islamist think tank created by graduates of Malaysia's Institute for Islamic Thought and Civilization. This is Gender focuses on criticizing feminism and Western values by quoting the views from INSIS main figures, including Dr. Hamid Fahmi Zarkasi. So this is what Hamid Fahmi Zarkasi mentioned. Quote, feminism is a movement of lust for anger. The values, principles, ideas, and concepts are still originated from the West, unquote. And so you could see here that they actively produce and also reproduce Huntington's kind of clash of civilization by emphasizing the dichotomy between the East, the ethical and modest Islamic culture, and also the West, the evil Western culture. And this caption, this one, the second one, this caption points to the work of Islamic feminists, Muslimah feminists, that try to counter the first one here, or this one, that try to counter this is gender, emphasizing that gender justice is an important part of Islamic teaching. So Muslimah feminists posted this one, quote, if feminism means the liberation of women from inhuman acts, isn't Islam very feminist, unquote. And Muslimah feminists focuses on the notion of Tawhid. Muslimah feminists, again, Muslimah feminists is the representation of the progressive voice. So Muslimah feminists focus on the notion of Tawhid, the oneness of God, and the humanistic aspect of Islam to support their anti-patriarchal understandings and the anti-patriarchal understandings and practices of Islam. They also aim to counter the anti-feminist position of this gender and also like-minded accounts, Instagram accounts. On Tawhid and its relation to gender equality, in 2018, for example, they posted this one, anti-patriarchal Tawhid. Women are not servants of men because both of them are only servants of Allah. The emphasis on Tawhid to accentuate gender equality is not something new. Some scholars gender activists, including Fatimah Mernissi, Aminah Wadud, Asma Balas, they have introduced this one too, as you could see from these quotes. Right. So to conclude, the battle over gender-related issues in various social media platforms can be regarded as a broader kind of battle between moderate and hyper-textualist Muslims. The productive discussions on the position of women in Islam can be seen in various media formats. Before the birth of social media, for example, we know that there is this huge kind of movement to translate diverse books by modernists, including books by Rifat Hassan, and then Asma Balas, and also Aminah Wadud, Fatimah Mernissi, and many more. So their views have significantly colored and also shaped the way discourses on gender and women in Islam are discussed in Indonesia. With a close analysis of the contestation and social media battles on gender, we can easily identify that the conservative voices are louder than the moderate progressive voices. This phenomenon aligns with studies underscoring the nature of conservative and also extremist voices and psychology of their political and digital activism, signifying that their voices are the loudest and continuously demand center stage. Moderate and progressive Muslim in Indonesia started their media encounters later, although they started later than conservative voices. After the birth of KUPI in 2017 and the increasing online presence of KUPI, Gender Just Ulama with strong Islamic studies backgrounds, we can see that digital activism on Islam and women has become more vibrant. And on the other hand, we can see that conservative Muslims are continuously focusing on gender complementarity and emphasizing feminism as their enemy. Huntington's class of civilization is actively again produced and reproduced by the proponents of this current. And Gender Just Ulama have become more confident nowadays, that's a good news, in their ability to counter conservative voices. If this initiative continues, Indonesian Muslims and Indonesians can be optimistic about winning the battle of spreading gender just understandings of Islam. I should stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Eva. Ben, would you like to come forward? So Dr. Benjamin Hegarty is a Mackenzie Fellow at the University of Melbourne, and that's a very prestigious position, highly sought after. He's also an affiliated research fellow at Atmajaya Catholic University in Jakarta. And his first book, Cornell University Press, very hard to get into, 2022, Indonesian translation, the Indonesian translation will appear later this year, which is fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the, can everyone hear me okay? Thanks. So thanks very much for the introduction, and it's a real pleasure to be sharing the stage and this forum with such wonderful colleagues. So today what I'd like to run through is really looking at the ways in which a transgender lens contributes to a broad understanding of the shifting gender order during and after the new order. And what I want to emphasize by stressing that it's a transgender lens is to say that this is a lens, I think, that articulates some changes that affect people beyond transgender or LGBT individuals alone, to think more broadly about the conditions through which gender is lived and regulated in Indonesia. So this is based on ethnographic and historical research about the category waria, or those who identify as waria, which is one Indonesian term and a really fascinating Indonesian term that itself dates from the early New Order. And most of this material appears in my book, which is titled The Made Up State, which is coming out later this year. So in this talk, I'm going to describe that we need to look not only to the home, the private sphere and to sexuality, but also to the concrete ways that gender has been regulated as both a matter of public concern and a way to define the boundaries of full belonging to the nation over the past, since really Indonesia's founding. This helps to see the dynamics that have led both transgender people, but also women belonging to the lower and lower middle classes, in particular, to face increasing regulation and surveillance on city and district streets. And so rather than disappear after the new order, the public regulation of gender has proliferated in the context of decentralisation. And that's a theme that we've heard several times, as well as opening up promise of visions of gender equality. So the ability to participate in public life, which is perhaps practiced most basically in the freedom to go wherever you like, wearing whatever you like at whatever time of day, reflects how full citizenship depends on the performance of class, both class and gender norms, that not all can so easily achieve. So, as everyone here is probably aware, LGBT has emerged as a powerful force in Indonesian political life. So, we've got several examples over the past few months alone, even that Ken raised earlier. We've got the raising of a rainbow flag at the British High Commission, and I would speculate that it was more its posting on Instagram that led to it becoming a significant media issue rather than just the raising of the flag itself, which probably no one would have seen. It's kind of in a compound anyway. And the Citayam Fashion Week, the disbanding of the Citayam Fashion Week in Jakarta, where boys who were deemed gender non-conforming or pria kemayu were kind of targeted and classified as needing rehabilitation, and that was the language used. So the Pemprov, the provincial government emphasised that these boys were pria kemayu who fit into a category of deviant individuals who needed rehabilitation, or PMKS is the bureaucratic category, Penyandang Masalah Kesejahteraan Sosial. And yet, transgender women, known variously as warias, which is a new order term, I use that term for reasons I can describe, or latterly transpuan, another separate term, which we can also talk about the difference later, have tended to escape the politically motivated violence directed at gay men and lesbian women. And I think that's really quite interesting. However, the disciplining of their visibility has continued much as it has for the past century, I would say. So this is not kind of a story of, a kind of situation where waria are somehow a traditional gender that's somehow more respected. It's indeed just the fact that waria have been consistently targeted and regulated in Indonesian civic life since the founding of the nation. And so, although much description and analysis frames the shrinking acceptance for warias as well as LGBT people, they're sometimes grouped together somewhat problematically as a kind of moral panic, which is unique to Reformasi. This emphasis conceals that waria have long been addressed as a problem in public space. So, and many recent perda introduced by district and city governments in particular described as anti-LGBT, so you've got a couple of examples up here, and I'll talk through in more detail a couple of perda as case studies later are in fact nothing new. They're nothing new at all. They just repackage existing language in relation to Wadia as a public nuisance. So public gender, and aren't these photos marvellous? They're going to appear in my book, and they're from a private collection of Wadia in Jogja who's allowed me to reproduce them. So the presentation today, I want to address 3 questions by making 3 statements. The first is that public gender is the key site where concrete efforts to control who has the right to participate in public life has taken place. Public gender, which I define as kind of bodily appearances, manner of speaking, dress, and other characteristics of the person, is where, you know, a kind of really subtle yet important site where who gets to speak to or for the nation takes place. Second, that in the Reformasi period, we can observe a contradictory process. On the one hand, we've got a freeing of participation in public, so greater room for public expression of some sort, but growing moves to restrict access to that public. So in the eyes, and particularly by state and non-state actors, I would say, so commercial actors as well. District governments, in particular, have little to lose in the eyes of their middle-class constituencies or aspirations therein in restricting access to space to folks like Wadia and many, many others. So third, that during the New Order, which was clearly, and this is perhaps the bright spot, which was clearly a moment of great anxieties about the regulation of public space and the enforcement of a pretty rigid heteronormative order, Wadia also emerged right at that moment. So they claimed the right to appear in public and in private and at night and during the day, that was their claim, in women's clothing. And so what's often missed are the dynamics through which Wadia itself emerged as a term, as a legal but non-conforming category of some sort, in relation to public nuisance. And I think it offers some clues as to how others might negotiate the current shrinking of public life. So Indonesian or Southeast Asian, perhaps, gender pluralism, as it's sometimes called, and Kathy gave a nice intro of how diverse, systems and patterns of gender are in Indonesia and throughout Southeast Asia. They're sometimes seen as a condition of the past. But I'd say that these understandings of gender have always been pluralistic and remain pluralistic. And efforts to enforce binary gender by the state have never entirely been successful. It's been a struggle to do so, but I never think, of course, that it's been entirely successful. So even where sort of forms of dualistic gender of some sort predate colonialism, specific understandings of male and female and gender itself as a concept, as they're understood to correspond with a kind of arrangement of, corporeality, sexuality, psychological state and appearances, aren't natural but cultural, of course. And that's why they differ so much from nation to nation, time to time. So I'm not suggesting somehow that gender relations in Indonesia were more egalitarian in ritual, in tradition, so-called traditional societies, or that trans people always accepted necessarily. But rather that through processes of modernization, since really colonial, I guess, processes of both colonization, the implementation of, a kind of colonial or European ideal of gender, as well as the growth of Islam and Christianity as monotheistic religions, led to an emphasis on gender as innate, as somehow a kind of attribute of the person that you could sort out into 2 separate kinds, that really reached its peak, I guess, in the New Order, its peak articulation as an aesthetic. So in the post-colonial period, the masculinity and femininity became the primary, though often unstated, markers of civilizational status, and a reflection of the performance of citizenship. So the 1950s saw the beginning of more concerted efforts to regulate public gender according to a male-female binary across a range of contexts. So it's really important to say that it wasn't during the colonial period, but it was the immediate post-colonial period where you see struggles over recognition taking place more broadly, that you have a greater emphasis to define what male and female actually looks like. So, for example, in the city of Surabaya in East Java in the 1960s, the leaders of Ludrup theatre troupes began to impose a stricter boundary between on-stage and off-stage performances among performers. And you can see this really lovely quote in James Peacock's book, based on research in, I think, the early 1960s, where one performer said that, like other players, I once had hair halfway to my waist. I curled and arranged it like a girl. But then came embarrassment, malu, and progress, maju. I cut it off, right? What an amazing thing to do and be asked to do. The 1950s and 60s highlights how the consolidation of the boundaries of Indonesian citizenship proceeded apace, with sanctions imposed on those whose public appearance troubled the state's monopoly on recognition, or which reflected competing visions over what men and women should look like. So this is quite an interesting kind of historical moment. You know, that you saw the New Order saw male and female established as categories, you know, as kind of basically a heteronormative category focused on reproduction and focused on the familial form, right? With women as mothers, your kind of, I guess, archetypal role for women. This makes it really surprising then that right at that moment, in 1968, that you had the birth of really the first national term, I guess if you exclude Banci, another really important term with a historical relationship to Wadia, that drew upon binary gender but did it in a really interesting way. So it did it by saying, really articulating gender as a combination of a lot of different things. So gender as both innate and achieved through human action, as both male and female. Wadia is a category that combines wanita and pria in a single term, both inner and outer. It's a kind of unification. Wadia is a kind of unification of sorts. There's also Priawan, which was a term established started to be spoken of about a decade later, which is kind of a form of transmasculinity. So nevertheless, the way in which Wadia achieved recognition is interesting. 22 Wadias met with Ali Sadikin, the governor of Indonesia's capital city. And their leader, Lidja, made a plea for assistance, stating that trans women, Wadias, were subject to intolerable forms of exclusion and abuse at the hands of fellow residents, you know, so masyarakat or your tetangga. When they appear during the day in public places, they face verbal and physical abuse. Yet Ali Sadikin's efforts to incorporate Wadia was not a widespread acceptance of them. This is sometimes stated to be the case. I don't think it's the case, historically speaking. Rather, they were addressed as a public nuisance, a problem to be solved, and they were incorporated into Ali Sadikin's vision of a modernising city on that basis. So long as Wadias could improve themselves, sort themselves out, and appear in the right places at the right times wearing the right clothing, then they were okay. But of course, not everyone could achieve that easily. So the historical position of Wadias in this history really helps us to understand the regulation of public gender as more central to the story than I think is often told about what gender has meant, and the continuities in particular between the New Order and the present. And the twin regulations which public gender has been disciplined is kesusilaan umum, public morality, and public order, ketertiban umum, both policed at the level of the district and the city. So public morality and public order overlap on city streets, where attempts to define what public behaviour was moral on categorical terms is very hard to do. It's very difficult, particularly at the level of kind of micro movements like what you wear, right? Subtle differences you wear to police. But nevertheless, what we kind of see is a greater codification of those norms over time. So in 1972, a regulation on public order issued by the Jakarta provincial government stated that, quote, any person who's before the marriage, law of marriage, that any person whose performance of moral acts which disturbs public order are banned from being on the street, the park, and public places. This is banning people, right? It's kind of quite a draconian step. Thanks. So the city established public gender as a way to limit who had access to space and on what basis. So I want to now just turn to decentralisation briefly in my last 5 minutes, to think about what this history really tells us about the conditions of regulating public gender in contemporary Indonesia. So we can see in the case of Wadia that public gender at the scale of the municipality opens new opportunities to be seen, but also for that visibility to become a target of surveillance and punishment, or rehabilitation is often the framing that's used. Regulating public gender has of course not gone away, but continued as powerful forms of discipline and regulation in the Reformasi period. And since the 1999 law on decentralisation, there's been a rapid growth in the number of districts and cities, as everyone here will be well aware. And even the period since 2005 has seen a number of new region or districts, even in Java. So you can see several new districts in Java, where boundaries have remained fairly stable. So it's kind of like a process of splitting and splitting, and I think that someone has described as splitting and splitting and splitting again. So you get these kind of, increasingly kind of small units. So decentralization has been described as resulting in a form of disorder, legal disorder, a view that's sustained by the uncertainty over the relationship between the district and the central government, and confusion over how these laws are to be administered. But what appears consistent across jurisdiction is the introduction of new regulation on the grounds of protecting public order and morality, including those that explicitly and more explicitly target wadias. Though they've always been the focus of laws, they were rarely explicitly named. Now you see them in the period since Reformasi being named as a problem to be solved. So decentralisation might be seen as a period of disorder from a legal and administrative perspective, but the fact is that for transgender populations, wadias and women, the process has resulted in an intensification of order. So this has been not disorder at all, but the enforcement of order. So, just to give a couple of examples in my remaining minutes, in the aftermath of the 1999 law, you can see several examples, and I'll just grab a couple from West Sumatra and West Java before concluding with just a kind of small discussion of Jogja. So you can see basically, my emphasis is that these are all more or less identical, and they're all framed not in relation to sexuality or gender per se, but rather the protection of the public. That's really what their chief concern is. So you can see, for instance, in Bukit Tinggi and West Sumatra that you've got persons prohibited from behaving as wadias who carry out activities that disturb peace and order. Down in Pariaman, not far away on the coast, persons are prohibited from behaving as wadias. They also mention LGBT who carry out activities which disturb peace and order. It's the same. Then, of course, in Serang, which is in the, how to use that, but anyway, in the west, a new district, I think, relatively new. And in Bogor, you've got similar kinds of regulations. Wadias, whether alone or as part of a group, are banned from public space, etc., etc. And then, this Bogor one that was touted in the media as kind of one of the first that targeted LGBT, and included wadias against an odd list of sexually deviant, so-called sexually deviant behaviours, but again was really concerned with public order. These are all not really that different from one another. You would have thought that in a place as diverse as Indonesia, with such diverse systems and patterns of kinship, even across the few places that I've mentioned, that you would see greater diversity, right? And if this is really about protecting or thinking about local concerns or local cultures, then you would expect a great more diversity than this. So I think what this lens also offers is a perspective on the ways in which class and gender intersect on city streets. And I think what we can do here is look not only to these perda that explicitly mention wadia or LGBT, but also try to enforce a kind of economic order on city streets. So one example is the Peraturan Daerah Gelandangan dan Pengemis of Jogja of 2015. Jogja, again, a very different place, but again, which basically implemented kind of a perda on precisely the similar terms, governing city streets along lines of public gender in order to enforce an idea of order, right, to protect the public. So wadia in this case, and what was really fascinating about this development, was that I was in Jogja at this time, that wadia were the leaders in contesting this, even though they weren't directly targeted by it. So wadias were kind of caught up in it, and I had several wadia friends who'd just be simply crossing the road and arrested by the Satpol PP and taken to the camp assessment. I've got like a flowchart here. You've brought to the DINSOP, the Department of Social Affairs camp assessment, identity documents assessed, an evaluation, and then fined and release, just for crossing the road, right? They weren't busking or begging, but because they were seen, their agenda made them visible, they were regulated and disciplined as such. So what is important to say in conclusion is to ask the question, who or what is being protected through an imposition of order based on public gender? And here we have a meeting where wadia are kind of airing their grievances with Satpol PP and the district level government. So the district and the city has served as a crucial scale for the political mobilisation of support for figures like Wadia, for figures who are non-conforming, to make claims to recognition, to have an audience like this, and that's really important to how Wadia itself emerges as a category. So, however, Wadia want a degree of recognition which is more lasting and permanent than that. Sadly, there seems to be no appetite for the central government to intervene in the affairs of districts to protect vulnerable citizens. And so safety remains fragile so long as gender is a way to determine the boundaries of full belonging in public. And the public, I think, then is really important for thinking about as a concrete scale, and it's one that's not necessarily coterminous with the nation, the state, or the district, but is somewhere in between. And so without the support of the public or continuing efforts to kind of negotiate with that public, little then appears likely to change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ben. Beautifully timed speakers. Dr. Ella, would you come up, please? So Dr. Ella Prihatini has a political science degree from Universitas Gadjah Mada, sister university of our university, a master's from the University of Queensland, and a PhD from UWA, where she's come from, and she said the journey was not too bad. She's an international relations lecturer at Bina Nusantara University and also an honorary research fellow at the University of Western Australia. Welcome, Dr. Ella.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. It's beautiful to see familiar faces coming to support me to give this talk. Yes, my name is Ella Prihatini, and I'm here going to deliver the topic right there, gender diversity in Parliament, Cabinet, and ambassadorial appointments. But I'd like to also introduce that I'm coming from Bina Nusantara University, or BINUS, also representing the Center for Muslim States and Societies at UWA. So anytime if you have a chance visiting Jakarta, please do visit BINUS. I'm representing the university to invite this invitation to you. A bit nervous, so please make smiles if you can, so I don't feel like, thank you. So the presentation is very straightforward, that women's share in the public participation in the last couple of decades indicates a promising progress towards a positive direction, as more and more women in Indonesia are now serving as member of the parliaments, I should say, local and national, cabinet ministers, as well as ambassadors. So the development itself follows a series of affirmative policies and is strongly in line with the global trend. However, empirical and longitudinal evidence on gender diversity in political leadership positions in Indonesia is rather limited. Hence, my current presentation introduces a novel data set on female MPs, cabinet ministers, and ambassadors in post-Suharto era or 1998 onwards. The main question here is to seek how women fare, to seek to understand or to examine how women fare in prestigious positions, which represent not only the executive but also the legislative branches. So the remainder of the presentation, first will be introduction, currently, and then the affirmative policies already put place and something that we need to also further consider, and the unique data set itself. Some might be a surprise, some might not be too, and findings as well as conclusions or recommendations. So, normally, we measure women's political representation by, the presence of female presidents or presidentas in Latin America, or prime ministers, women in parliament, women in cabinet positions, and women as ambassadors. And how do we fare so far in Indonesia compared to the progress? Ooh, I like that. Working fine. Good. So according to the Global Gender Gap Report this year, published this year, this is how we perform in terms of 4 aspects. So overall, we ranked 92nd out of 146. And then under the political empowerment dimension, that's the weakest. And we're lower than the global average, so that's a huge homework to do. In terms of the percentage of women in parliament and ministerial positions, we are on the 88th position. So 1 is parity. What we're really good at so far, okay, we have nearly parity in terms of women in professional and technical workers. This rings a bell with Professor Robinson's assertion earlier about that more and more women are working in the mining industry, not clerical, but also technical. Enrollment in the secondary and tertiary education, we're doing really well, and sex ratio at birth. However, the worst performing indicators include, should it be here now? Yeah, okay. The worst performing would be labor force participation. We're on 110th position. Estimated earned income, also 109th. And enrollment in primary education, 106. So, under the political empowerment spectrum, the percentage of women in parliament and ministerial positions is 88, as I said earlier. And we have had 1 female head of state during President Megawati Soekarno-Putri, and that brings us to the 41st position in terms of female leadership. All right. Now we go to the policies. So as states are working on how to increase women's representation in politics, they signed and they ratified key platforms such as the CEDAW, or Convention in Indonesia, being ratified in 1984. And also we signed the Beijing Consensus, 1995. So Indonesia is obliged to implement all women's human rights as stated in these conventions, including to promote equal representation in all aspects of lives, including politics. So legislative-wise, in terms of making sure that more women will be serving as parliamentarians, we had sets of gender quota policies, also briefly discussed by Professor Robinson earlier. So at least we have that in place, and the latest election, 2019, we've seen 40% of female candidates running for the election for the national level, so that's good. However, it's not really good in terms of the executive branch, as we don't have any, a quota or a strong commitment to have more women serving in the executive branches, the executive branch. And then let me quote some important documents here. So for the gender mainstreaming in the executive branch, particularly in the ministerial appointments, the country has no clear affirmative policies that promote women as cabinet members. Scholars suggest that the decision in formulating cabinet has always been a complex affair influenced by many factors, including party leaders and oligarchic powers. Burhanuddin Muhtadi, 2015, his paper discussed about the institutional setting of Indonesia's multi-party presidential system, combined with the existence of powerful interests that shape the country's politics and economy, hinders any president from forming a non-collusive administration and pushing through extensive reforms such as for promoting gender equality in cabinet. So sadly to say, that will not be the priority because of those reasons. And still here, similarly, the government has also a lack of distinct strategy in terms of promoting women becoming ambassadors to represent the country overseas, of course. And one thing that is really important from this part is that One of the constitutional amendments we had suggests that in Chapter 13, Article 1, the DPR must be consulted on ambassadorial appointments. So you need to get their approval, Committee 1, Commission 1, which in practice has in fact given the DPR the right to approve or to reject the government's ambassadorial appointments. So this regulation was introduced to prevent the recurrence of old practices in which during Suharto's era that using ambassadorial postings either as rewards for senior military figures or for services rendered, or as a means of getting rid of his rivals. And it's very popular, didubeskan, right? So, send him away, okay? Make him happy, but, send him away. But internally, the Foreign Affairs Ministry are now in the form of, conducting series of reforms because they now taking more female diplomats. Yay! And then there's a hope in terms of the supply side, there will be more female ambassadors one day. Yay! No, okay. I was expecting, yes, okay. Missed that, okay. Next is, let's talk about the parliament. Okay, so where are we now? In terms of parliament, in line with the global trend, Indonesia has achieved notable progress in efforts to improve women's political representation, yes. But then we're looking at this a rather slow but meager, like very slow, but we're getting there, right? The quota helps pretty much, but then again, what about us in Asia, for example? So in terms of electing women to parliament, sadly, Asian region is not really well in terms of doing that. So we only, doing better than compared to the the Pacific region. So the others, not really good. So the average for Asia is 20% in the parliament, and Indonesia is slightly just there. Okay, brings me to this one. All right, so the next one is about cabinet. Again, cabinet appointments matter because cabinets and the core executive are the most significant venue for achieving the substantive representation of women. Therefore, ministerial appointments provides additional prestige as well as the opportunities to set policy agendas, because that's the executive side, and making important political decisions. So ministerial appointments, therefore, are still gendered, as most ministers have been men and have the heads of government who appointed them. So a total of 23 women were appointed as ministers in the last 20 years. So that's roughly about 10%. Yeah? And the share of female in cabinet has increased from 5% to 14% in the last 2 decades. So the heat map suggests that the darker, the better, or the more women presented there. So as you can see, that the apex took place in Jokowi's first term, 18%. And that's been a good increase, a promising increase, and a total of 23 female cabinets, female ministers. And the current position here sits at 10% or just half of the world average. And according to the portfolios, women ministers were assigned to 7 masculine, 5 high prestige and 2 middle prestige, 4 feminine, and 5 neutral portfolios. With 9 women appointed in Jokowi's first-term cabinet, there are more female cabinet ministers in Indonesia than countries like Australia, the UK, and the US. So that's good. And these are the pictures. Okay. So we're looking at among female ministers in Jokowi's first term, we're looking at, Ibu Sri Mulyani will be closing the event tomorrow. Looking forward to that. And we have 9 during the first term of Jokowi's administration. Among the masculine and high prestige ministers are foreign affairs, finance, state-owned enterprises, and trade. This appointment suggests that women ministers are considered more than capable of leading the traditionally masculine fields. For example, Sri Mulyani been serving as finance minister in 2 administrations since 2004. Likewise, Rini Sumarno and Mari Eka Pangestu have served multiple posts in trade and investment. So Mulyani, Sumarno, and Pangestu are all considered as female professional ministers who received peer recognition in their respective fields. Strong women, yay! And then the 7th, next one is, oh my God, I didn't play it. Oh my God. I'm so bad, sorry. Okay. All right, okay. So we divide the background to female political ministers and female professional ministers, so political appointees and professionals. So as of September 2021, worldwide is 21% of female ministers are women, and only 14 countries achieve 50% or more. What about their portfolios? These are the top 5. Quite predictable. Environment, natural resources, energy, employment, labor, women affairs, and gender equality. It's interesting to note that despite strong narratives by President Jokowi during his presidential campaign that he will not let orang partai or party-affiliated people to serve in his cabinet, it turns out that 7 out of 15 combined female ministers appointed are representing coalition parties. 7 out of 15. This number is the biggest compared to any other administration during Reformasi. The figure is just right there. So, yes. And this was discussed by scholars that why the decision is due to his triple minority position, being a newcomer. The government coalition is not a parliamentary majority and less party authority compared to previous presidents. During his first and second terms, female political ministers are coming from PDIP, PKB, and Nasdem. 2 out of 3 PDIP cadres are considered dynastic politicians, namely Puan Maharani and Igusti Ayu Bintang Dharmawati, wife of former minister who has served in the first term. Now, let's talk about ambassadors. Yeah. Okay. Worldwide, women occupy only 15%. Yeah. The data was based on a study by Towns and Nicholson, 2018. So this is a story about ambassadorial appointments in Indonesia. During much of the New Order period, key diplomatic posts, for example, in Asian capitals, ASEAN capitals, Washington, Tokyo, and Canberra, held by senior military figures, mostly from the army. Powerful members of the elite whom Suharto could not simply dismiss were often sent overseas as ambassadors, didubaskan. And it is a president's prerogative rights, but political appointments are well studied in the case of the US, where they amount for 25% of all ambassadorial appointments. And the appointments in the US are predominantly male, which highlights the role of the selector's discretion. The percentage of these discretionary appointees rose dramatically during President Trump. The recruitment of personnel from outside the career service was a long-standing practice where ambassadorial stints are regulated to campaign supporters. What do we have here? So the number of ambassadors and then the number of female ambassadors and the percentage. So it's getting better and better, 9%, 10%, and 13% combined during two administrations, during two terms. And then Indonesia has a total of 1,259 ambassadors, and only 66 of them are women, so that makes only 5%. But during the Reformasi, the percentage is 9.4%, much higher than pre-Reformasi, which is 2.2%. We're not proud of it. A study based on a unique data set containing all ambassadors' appointments made in the 50 highest ranked countries in the world in 2014 suggests that women only comprise 15% of those top positions, and the Nordic countries are the champions with 35%, and the Middle East 6% on that side, and Asia 10%. So, 2% before Reformasi. So, I love this one. Have a look. Ta-da! Okay. I love it. It's so colorful. Okay. So, what do we see here? So the darker, again, this is heat map, the darker, the higher percentage of women being signed as ambassadors. Okay, trivia question. Most women, the best performing for Indonesia sending the ambassadors will be which countries? Hey? Yeah, good. Next. Unfortunately, first one is Finland, correct, 50%, so 3 out of 6 are women. This is during Reformasi, so yeah. And then second highest proportion is in other European countries, Romania and Switzerland, that was 40%. And 1 in every 3 ambassadors in some Latin American countries, Argentina, Ecuador, and Panama. What we need to question now is why there's no women. Has ever been appointed to lead Canberra? Has never been appointed to lead the office in Germany or United States or China or Japan. Why? The absence is due to probably multiple factors, one of which coming from the parliament that has hesitation in terms of sending ambassadors that are considered weak and soft-spoken. There's an experience that although both are male candidates, but the parliament are reluctant to approve the candidate that is soft-spoken. They want somebody from, not being racist, but being more active and, blunt in terms of expressing their opinions, coming from Batak, for example. Perceived to be stronger, Bapak Ibu, as nothing negative connotation here, but perceived to be more likely to be able to tackle criticism. Well, probably, okay. But one day, maybe, we will have Indonesian ambassador representing in Australia, women, female ambassadors. All right, that brings me to the conclusion. Okay. The continuing challenges. As we do aware that legislative branch is far different compared to the executive branch, but we're looking at similarities in terms of what can be done respectively. Parties continue to incline to prioritize on short-term strategies. That's a big issue for us. It's less priority for them to address public issues such as gender inequality. Prohibitively expensive elections deters women, both urban and rural, to run for office, and the prevalence of dynastic MPs also in the rise. The executive branch, we're looking at triple minority, but also we're looking at how parties and oligarchs are requesting for their rewards, right, after supporting presidential bids. MPs' behavior is also one of the hindrances in terms of looking at who should be assigned as ambassadors to represent Indonesia. So both the legislative branch and the executive branch are requiring us to look further into what can be done next. My recommendation might be too naive, I have to admit, but at least I give it a go. First one is for the government. I think it's very important for the government to build and nurture strategic partnership in promoting gender equality values. It's very important for the government to remain maintaining their priorities, to build the strategic partnership with professional associations that could provide and recommend a list of prominent females who have excelled in their respective fields. This peer recognition will help civil society organization to promote women's political activism to further persuade the president's decision in appointing cabinet ministers and ambassadors. Also important to ensure that the parties should always be encouraged to openly nominate women for running for legislative elections and to promote female or women to become ministers and ambassadors, and the public also to be always aware that gender equality will ensure not only inclusivity, but also a more dynamic society. Female leadership offers a more diverse perspective and may enhance citizen support for and trust in democracies. Thank you so much for your time.
I would like to thank each of the presenters for sticking so closely to the time limit. You were wonderful. Thank you very much indeed. So we now have full time for questions. And so get your questions ready, please. And you know the rules. Succinct, to the point, and not beginning with a soliloquy, just the question, please. And I'd like the first couple of questions to cover the first three speakers. So I will be looking for a question for each of the speakers to start off with. I'd like to say that each presentation was beautifully issues-based and then backed up with wonderful examples. Thank you. It was entertaining, and we won't forget your presentations, so thank you again.
If you can use the button, this is for moving more.
Yes, thank you. In red at the back, please. And the next person will be, yes, you. And then the third person will be you. And we're trying for a question for each.
Hi. Sorry. My question is for Mbak Eva.
Sorry, could you tell us your name?
Oh, my name is Intan Paramadita, and my question is for Mbak Eva. Thank you very much for drawing attention to Muslim feminist digital activism. So usually when we talk about digital activism, we talk about emotional labor, especially because women and minority groups face so much harassment, bullying online. So I was wondering if you found this in your research, so how Muslim feminists, they have to juggle, perhaps on the one hand, juggle between disseminating progressive ideas and managing or engaging with emotional labor due to harassment and violence against women and feminism. Thank you.
Yes, next person. Who was it? Yes, thank you.
Tess. Okay. Hi, my name is Dana. I'm from the University of Melbourne. My question is for Ben. So has there been any efforts of negotiations amongst the Waria themselves or with the government or the society in regards to the anti-Waria regulations? And if so, what are they? Thank you.
And last question. Always succinct questions.
Got a couple of questions from the people watching online. Oh, okay, just one. Yeah. They're actually both for Eva. One from Nurina asking, is there any evidence that the gender just Islamic movement is leading to followers or people involved in that movement being able to participate more economically, for example, having a job or having more equal distribution of caring responsibilities in the home? And another question from Philippe.
For Ella?
Not yet. One from Philippe Armanta asking, could you elaborate either on the language used between the more conservative and moderate accounts? What are some of the key differences in the way that people are talking there?
Okay, we'll take those for the moment, and then we'll only take questions for Ibu Ella and Ben. Sorry, can you start? Because we've got 3 questions. Yeah. So can you go ahead? Start with Eva. Podium.
Okay. Thank you, Intan, for the questions here regarding how to handle emotional labor due to the online harassment. Yeah, this is a very important issue, especially for the Muslimah feminists, because they're very loud and they're very brave. And it's when I interviewed person behind this one, she said that we understand this one, the consequence of being loud like this, but they have certain kind of strategies to make the attack not to the personal kind of or individual person. So that's why, like the person behind the Muslimah feminists, for example, they don't want to be out there, their names. So they try to to make sure that this we can cover it up. And the other thing is for like Muslimah feminists, Mubadalah, Muslimah Bekerja, all this one, they are voicing this progressive kind of progressive voices of gender equality from the Islamic perspective, and they're working as a team. So that what makes them also strong. So it's not really like individual, just working by themselves, but they're working as a team. And most of them, they've been trained to be part of these gender just kind of networks for years and years. So they know these consequences, which is great, I think. And then the second question from the online. There is this Muslimah Bekerja. Muslimah Bekerja is also part of the broader gender just KUPI networks, and they are there trying to help women not to be out there, work, and even try to empower them to introduce them with certain kind of things that women can do, so then they can get economic benefit, and so empowering women, supporting each other, and emphasizing, of course, that the main place, because one of the things that I want to counter for the Muslimah Bekerja or working Muslim women, they want to counter the conservative voices emphasizing that women can work, but their main place is in their home, because that's suitable for their kodrat. That's the conservative position, and this Muslimah Bekerja, they want to counter that one by emphasizing, look, you can work, and then they give examples of how the Prophet's wives, for example, like Khadija, she is a great businesswoman. So yeah, empowering them economically too. Yeah. Thank you.
Dr. Ben? Thank you. I must say it's tempting to compare all this with situations in Australia. So we're sort of skewing it by only looking at Indonesia. So much applies here too.
That's right, and other parts of the world too. I think So you've got this enforcement of kind of, heterosexuality, heteronormativity, and cisgender in Indonesia at the level of the district, but of course in the United States, in states like Texas and several other states, you've got the introduction of laws that effectively forbid gender-affirming processes for children in particular, right? So I don't think it's just Indonesia, it needs to be said, where you see these kind of local level, or in that case state level jurisdictions, more explicitly, I guess, narrowing the scope for what's an acceptable performance of gender or sexuality. Yes, so indeed, Warriors are contesting and have long contested these kinds of regulations, which I really think, date back, to the colonial period, right? In the guise that they take now is different. There's a similarity. So, the very formation of the category Waria emerged out of contestation of Waria's exclusion from public space. Right, and so they were classed as public nuisances, subject to raids, right, garutan or razia, and kind of were swept off the city streets on that basis. And so, in response, as they were called, prior to the 1960s, Banci gathered together and made a claim to be treated with respect, to be allowed to move through city streets, and to adopt a new term, right, a new term that was as people saw it at the time, less disrespectful, right, with less of a sting to it than Banci. So the very term Waria is a product of Waria's engagement and contestation of these laws. What's interesting at the moment is that I see most successful or possible opportunities for addressing these laws. I think these regulations are very difficult to change. I don't think they're going to go away, and I don't think they're going to be overturned. I don't think they're in the immediate future. There doesn't seem to be much of an appetite among district level and city level politicians to do so. If anything, they'll kind of keep introducing these rules. What is successful, however, is the similar kind of advocacy that took place in '68, where Warias, that last picture that I've got here, where Warias will organise a kind of forum with the Satpol PP, the municipal police. They will, invite the Dinas Social, right, the Department of district level or city or provincial level Department of Social Affairs official, and then state their claims, right, and state them really on economic grounds. So they'll state their claims that they have a right to economic participation, the right to work, right? And the fact that this is being removed from them by removing their ability to move through space unhindered is a violation of that right? Quite a fundamental right. So I remember one at that meeting, when Waria got out, she'd brought some props and staged this wonderful refutation of these rules to the people gathered of krupuk. She had these krupuk, and she brought them out with a flourish and said, I'm just trying to make a living. I'm just trying to, but every time I go out and sell my krupuk, you're rounding me up and locking me up. Here, have a krupuk, have a krupuk. I mean, in tears, indeed. I mean, I think there was a degree of performance on that, but I think it's a really fascinating political performance, and it did, have an effect. Yeah. So I think there's lots of ways in which these linkages to local level officials is actually Waria are able to leverage that in their favour. And that's a very effective form of activism at the district and local level indeed, but also, you can see a kind of similar approach to this in terms of recent efforts to get Waria's KTP and transpuan KTP. So I've been involved in that project with Suara Kita and Hartoyo, where they've set up this fascinating kind of network of Warias who are then kind of, become pendamping or accompany other Warias to access KTP, and do so by creating these relationships with local level officials. And I was, going along with them, and they go into the district office, just earlier this year, and we'd all, walk into the district office, and they'd be great mates now with all of the people at the Dukcapil, because they'd been now negotiating with them for since the pandemic, really. The vaccination was an impetus for that project to start, but it was really these local level, lower level relationships that Waria were then able to leverage, and with great success. So I think that's a really exciting movement. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Ben. I'd like a question for Dr. Ella. Haven't had one from a man, so back. Gender equity.
Thanks. Yeah, my name's Jeff. Thanks, Ella. My brother-in-law was a former lecturer at Binnis, so that's just thought I'd better throw that in. Look, I was intrigued by your reference to dynastic politics, and I guess for names which I thought, like Megawati Sukarno Putri may fall into that category. If she's promoting her daughter Puan Maharani, is that part of the dynastic politics? I've often seen, as I wander, I go around.
Make a question, please. Ask the question.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Well, the question is, I'd like to hear a little bit more about your view on dynastic politics. Is that a good thing for women?
Thank you. Yes, sorry, yes.
Thank you so much for the question. Yes, so I think having women being some sort of being helped with the situation in which she's been in a familial relationship with other politicians is good in a way, but not for the long run. And I think more and more women are now more than capable of becoming a really good politician without being married to or being the daughter of somebody who's already in the parliament, or as the governor or the mayor or the region. Oh, sorry. Okay. Should I repeat that one? Okay. Sorry. So I think it's good for a start, but it's not for the long run. And we know for sure that in the last election, NASDEM is very benefiting from this relationship. The dynasty politicians are getting elected more profoundly during the latest election, and NASDEM are really good, as mentioned by a previous speaker today, suggesting that I think it was Bulila, saying that NASDEM are now really good in gathering support from the outer Java island, and yeah, as a starter, probably being a member of a dynasty, politician or familial politicians coming from the same clan will be helpful for you for running into office, but that's not for the long run. And I think it also hurts the advocacy that we've been working on so far, that women are as capable as men becoming as politicians. But then again, we need to further advocate that intersectionality, which women, and I'm working on a study about substantive representation as well, that are they representing women, just because they're women doesn't necessarily, for example, in the ambassadorial appointments as well, just because you have presidentas in Latin America, it doesn't mean that you will elect more or you will appoint more female ambassadors. So the problem here is not women as the critical actor, but the incentives should be there. Why we have to have more women as ambassadors, as cabinet ministers? Why? Without that why being answered, I don't think it will, create such demand. So the supply is there probably, but the demand, which is the incentives, is not there. So I think that's the way forward, not to relying on familial ties, but more on what will the party get or this president get if he or she appointing more female as, more women as ambassadors and ministerial cabinet members. Thank you so much for the question.
So we have one more online question for Dr. Ella.
Okay.
We've got a question from Catherine Durban online. To Ella, what are the current research gaps in Indonesian female political representation?
It's a friend.
No. No, but I think it's good that in this kind of forum we kind of identify research gaps, right? I'm for sure certain that women in parliament, women in cabinet positions and in ambassadorial appointments are still lacking in terms of the literature on Indonesia. So please, if you have the interest and the motivation to do this research, it's really, really good to overcome this literature gap in terms of women, not only in parliament as well as other branches in terms of political offices. I'll be more than happy to collaborate as well if anyone here would like to be my mentor or to be my co-author. Thank you so much.
I'll take one more lot of questions. Is one more lot about right? No. We should finish? Oh, so sad. Okay. Well, on that sad note, I'd like to thank you all for your attention, support and questions. And especially, let us thank our wonderful speakers. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Can you please be seated? Thank you. Can you please sit down? We're about to start, everyone. All right. Welcome. Welcome back. I hope you feel refreshed after coffee and some cemilan. We are now in the final session of today, Indonesia Update Conference. So welcome everyone. My name is Dia Hadistiono Luri. You can call me Luri, and I'm from Universitas Indonesia. I'm also one of the conveners for this year Indonesia Update Conference. This session is on economic forces and gender equality. The long title is looking at gender equality in Indonesia from an economic perspective, and we will see long-term trends and also seek some explanations over the long-term trends. And we have a very amazing four in total with Dika. The first speaker is Sarah Dong and Nurlina Merdikawati. And then the second one is Mbak Niken Kusumawardani. And the third one, Mbak Nika Sigiro. I will introduce each of you before the presentation. But before, I would like to remind you that there will be Q&A after the presentation. All speakers have 20 minutes. I will remind you 5 or 1 minute before you end, and then there will be Q&A session after that. So the first speaker or speakers is Sarah Dong and Nurlina Merdikawati. Sarah, who is also convener of this Indonesia Update Conference, is an economist and a fellow at Crawford School of Public Policy, Australian National University. She is also a member of the ANU Indonesia project. And then the co-author, she's co-authoring with Nurlina Merdikawati or Dika. Dika is a PhD scholar at the ANU and also postdoctoral fellow at the Abdul Latif Jamil Poverty Action Lab or JPAL Southeast Asia. And I think Dika will join from Zoom, from dial-in. So for Sarah and Dika, please. First floor is yours.
First of all, I want to thank everyone who's still here for lasting until the last session of the day. I can understand how tiring would be concentrating for such a long time. So thank you very much. And so this is the economic session, and I will do basically a long-term look at key indicators of gender equality from an economic perspective. This is a joint work with my co-author, Dika. Dika is in JPAL, which, if you're not familiar, is an organization founded by the Nobel laureates Abhijit and Duflo, who did a lot of economic experiments in developing countries. So we're quite happy that she's going there from ANU. So the main theme of our talk is new opportunities and old constraints, economic gender equality in post-Suharto era, and hope by the end of this talk you agree that we are facing new opportunities and old constraints. So before we get into the actual analysis, I just want to clarify what we mean by economic gender equality. So for economists, conceptually, when we think about equality, we're thinking about equal access to economic resources. So this includes land, as Cassie has mentioned. It includes other assets, both physical and not physical. And it includes resources like education. And the other one we're thinking about is equal economic opportunities. So opportunity in terms of education, in terms of job, in terms of business. And the last thing we're thinking about is there should be equal remuneration for the same work. So that's the conceptual thinking behind gender equality for economists. But of course, to turn these conceptions into reality and find things that you can actually measure, we are looking at a few indicators usually. So the first one is the number of highly paid jobs for women. And the second one is the number of jobs in the formal sector for women. So this is behind the thinking that if we just look at labor force participation, especially in developing countries, higher labor force participation doesn't necessarily mean progress in terms of gender equality, because we all know that women in countries like Indonesia may have to work to make ends meet, and not necessarily out of will. So if you're working more, it doesn't mean that they have better access to economic resources. It doesn't mean they have better access to economic opportunities. So that's why we're thinking more along the lines of better pay, highly paid jobs, and jobs in the formal sector in countries which has huge informal sectors like the ones like Indonesia. And the last one that we can measure is the gender wage ratio. So the gender wage ratio is the average wage of women divided by average wage of men. So that's quite easy to measure and quite comparable across countries. How can I go to the next slide? Okay. So in the Indonesian context, what have people been thinking about when they think about gender equality? There are a few major themes that I think people have been talking about for a long time. The first one, especially in the policy debate, is that there has been a stagnation of female labor force participation for decades. The second theme is the concentration of women in agriculture. And the third theme is the concentration of women in the informal sector. And we are going to show that these are all true, but all of these have actually been changing in the last 20 years. And what do we do exactly? So this is based on a new study me and Dika did just for the update. And what we have done is that we use very large-scale data for a long period of time. So we use the labor force survey and the National Social and Economic Survey from 1995 to 2019. Actually, for the labor force surveys until 2021. If you're not aware, Indonesia has great economic data compared with many other developing countries. So these data are very large scale, sometimes of sample size of over 1 million, and they are very consistently conducted over decades. So they're quite good to use when we want to look at female economic indicators. So the few indicators we're looking at are education, fertility, marriage age, and also on the other side, the labor market outcomes. What we're trying to do is we graph these trends, but then we also want to explain these trends and connect the trends between all these indicators. One thing we do that's maybe a bit unconventional, we haven't really seen much, is that we look at cohort differences, we look at life cycle differences. So what does that mean? So for cohort analysis, basically it means that we are comparing women who are born in different years, but at the same stage of their life. And for the life cycle analysis, we're looking at women within the same cohort, but at different stages of their lives. So this is especially useful for women because their circumstances change very dramatically of their life cycle. So if you don't separate these two, it's a bit hard to know what's going on, whether it's due to generational change or whether it's just due to life stage changes. So what we find, we think the biggest story for the last 20 years is, first of all, there has been great increase in job opportunities for women. But at the same time, we found that in spite of these exciting opportunities, there are still constraints around housework, around childcare, that prevent women from taking advantage of these opportunities. So hopefully we can show some evidence that can convince you that's the story. So first set of evidence is about increased job opportunities for women. So the first one, because people care so much about labor force participation, so this graph just shows you a bit about what's changing over the generations of labor force participation. So each line here, each color represents a different birth cohort or kind of different generation. For example, the red line, the dotted line represents women who were born between 1950 and 1954. The newest generation is the purple line, who represent women who are born between 85 and 89. These are in the urban area, because we found the biggest change in urban areas. And the biggest story here is basically that women are starting to join the labor force earlier in their life. Right? So the horizontal line is age. So it just shows how it changes over their life cycle, but it shows that there is a difference between generations. Right? So the older generation participation is quite flat over their life cycle, but the younger ones are more of a U shape. But the biggest story here is that it's like a wave going forward by each generation, and the newest one is joining labor force much earlier in their life. But as I said, labor force participation doesn't necessarily mean economic empowerment or progress for women, and we think this slide actually represents more of the new opportunities women face in the last 20 years. So this one shows the participation of women in the formal sector. For Indonesia, we define formal sector as people who have a salaried job versus the people who are self-employed or the people who have unpaid family jobs. So this is the percentage of women who work in the formal sector, and this is working age women, so between 15 and 65. And the biggest story here is that you can see over generations there's a vertical shift, right? So it's going up, and it's quite consistent or even over the life cycle, right? And if you compare the oldest cohort, the one born in the 50s, with the newest cohort, the one born in the late 1980s, even younger than me, the jump in the formal sector participation is very significant, about like 20% at the peak. Right? So this, we think, is great news. It's showing that more and more women over generations are joining the formal sector at the start of their career. And the next, we think, very telling sign of new opportunities is the percentage of women in high-end service. So by high-end service, we mean women who are managers, women who are professionals, women who are technicians, who are associates, who are legislators. So some of them would be discussed by Cassie, right, in the mining industry, like engineers and managers and economists. So that's in that group of women. And what's quite striking, so this is basically the blue line here at the bottom, is that although it started from a very low percentage, but you can see a very consistent increase for women from 2000 to 2021 in this percentage, right? So it went from maybe about 2% to over 7% in 20 years. So you think the 5% increase is small, but when you think about the size of the working age female population, which is about 90 million for Indonesia, it's a huge increase in number of jobs in this sector. And on contrary, if you look at the one for men, it's more flat, right? So that's a great, I think, gender story where actually the increase for opportunity for women in this sector is actually more faster than men. So at this stage, you will be wondering, so what's behind this new opportunities economically for women in the last 20 years? So we think the biggest explanation is the increase in the size of the middle class of Indonesia. So the World Bank has estimated, according to their definition of middle class, that the size of the middle class has increased from 10 million in 2002 to 14 million in 2016. And what happens when people get richer, when the size of the middle class get bigger, is that the consumption patterns of Indonesia is changing. Right? So these people would be demanding goods and services from different industries, and usually in service or in high-end service industries, like education, health, tourism. And a lot of these industries would employ a lot of women, or even more women than men. So that means when the middle class goes bigger, the demand for female labor, especially skilled female labor, would go up. Right? And that's, we think, is the biggest driver behind this new increase in opportunities for women. But at the same time, we think two other things are happening at the same time that help women to meet these new opportunities. One is the increasing education, which have been mentioned already before. So the education attainment in all levels of education, primary, secondary, and post-secondary, of women have overtaken that of men in Indonesia. The last one that's happening, so the post-secondary education has actually overtaken earlier than the senior secondary education. So this one just shows the trajectory of senior secondary education or higher from men and women. And you can see it has been catching up over generations. And by the cohort that's born about 1994, women's attainment at this level has overtaken that of men. So that's great news. And the other thing we think that's happening at the same time that helps women to meet the economic opportunities is the decrease in fertility, which Cassie has mentioned already. So this one is showing nationally the percent of women who have 3 children or more, and that's again a change over cohorts. We can also look at over life cycle. So the biggest change is that there has been consistent drop right, over generations in terms of the percent of women who have 3 children or more. We found there's much less change in the women who have 2 children or the women have 1. But the biggest drop is the one who have more than 2. But I think together, because they are having less kids, they have better education, at the same time they have better opportunities. So all together it's working to women's advantage. So that being said, we think great progress. We did find a few worrying signs that we think are showing that there are still constraints around old housework, care work, debate that prevent women from taking advantage of these opportunities. So the first sign is actually from the same graph we have shown before. So this shows the rise of women's participation in the formal sector, but you can see that especially for the cohorts that have enjoyed that big rise, they do start to drop out of the formal sector when they're around 24, 25. Right? So the age women start to get married and start to have kids. So we think this is a telling sign that after you get married, the responsibilities at home is actually stopping them from succeeding or remaining in the formal sector. And the second telling sign we think shows the constraint is the gender wage ratio. Someone has asked about equal opportunity, equal pay. So this is showing the pay. So basically what he's saying is that for all other sectors, agriculture, manufacturing, and medium and low-end service, the gender wage ratio is actually going up, or at least not going down. Right? But for the high-end service, where we think are actually more and more jobs for women, the gender wage ratio is actually going down over the last 20 years. And we think this is actually related to this phenomenon, because the high-end service is the highest paid sector of Indonesia, but we think it's also the one with the biggest pay rise over the career path. But if women start to drop out of the sector or have constraints to be very competitive in the sector at the start of their career, then over time, the pay gap in the sector between men and women would widen. And the last one, which is not really showing constraint, but showing that more and more women would actually be facing that constraint, is we think, a very interesting phenomenon that women are actually getting married earlier in Indonesia. So this one shows the percent of women who are married at different ages and over for different generations. So what they're saying is that for women who are born after 1980, they're getting married earlier than the women who are born in earlier cohorts. And you would think maybe it's different for urban areas, for highly educated women, but it's the same across all education levels and in both urban and rural areas. And this one's showing urban women who have post-secondary education, and they're also getting married earlier. And we think this is probably due to cultural change. But that means that women are facing these constraints earlier in their life to when they are also faced with the new opportunities. So just to drive the constraint story home, this is a typical picture of some working women in metropolitan areas. So you get up around 4 or 5 in the morning, right? You drop your kids with your parents, you get on the train, or you get in a car, and then you stay in there for like 2-3 hours. You get to work, and then you leave work about 5 or 6, and you get on the train again. Another 2 or 3 hours, you get home probably 8 or 9, right? So that's for working women, and that's the ones who actually have the luxury of someone who take care of your kids. So that's showing the condition of women and the constraints they face when they need to take care of children and housework at home. So what kind of policies can help to address these constraints? We think a few directions may help. First of all, better transport infrastructure, so less traffic jam and faster and safer commute in public transport, and of course more reliable and affordable childcare. So formal childcare is still very rare in Indonesia, but we think this could be an area that would have a big transformation, great development in the future, and the government can help to facilitate this transition. The next one is more flexible working arrangements, both in terms of hours or in terms of location. And I think COVID has taught us that flexibility is actually a very real option, especially for professionals. So government can help to facilitate these changes, for example, providing better internet infrastructure in Indonesia, also ask government agencies to champagne the flexible working arrangements. And the last one that's related is that the enforcement of the minimum age of marriage will be discussed a bit more tomorrow. So the enforcement, although it has been changed from 16 to 19, the enforcement has been quite weak. So the government can help to enforce that to make sure that girls and women can complete their education and explore the new opportunities before they get married. So just to conclude, we think there are exciting new economic opportunities contrary, I think, to what people have been thinking for a while. But there are old constraints, and government policies can help in addressing these constraints. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Very timely, right before 5 seconds before the time ending. So thank you. And the second speaker, this is, I think, related to what Sarah discussed about the new opportunities for women in labor force participation. Mbak Niken Kusumawardhani will discuss about women and digitalization, the promises and challenges of internet use in Indonesian labor market. Niken is the head of the research department at the Semeru Research Institute. She's also a senior researcher specializing in quantitative methodology, and she's been doing a lot of research in applied development microeconomics in the fields of labor market, gender, poverty, digitalizations, and micro, small, medium scale enterprises. So please, time is yours, Mbak.
Thank you, Mbak Ruri, for the wonderful introduction. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm very, very excited to be standing here in front of you representing the Semeru Research Institute from Jakarta, Indonesia. And my presentation today is titled Women and Digitalization, the Promises and Challenges of Internet Use in Indonesian Labor Market. So, according to previous studies, Internet holds much promise to improve some of the arrangements in the labor market. For example, if we think that in societies where women have limited access to job openings, internet could actually lower the search and information costs so that women who are seeking for a job could have improved access to information of job openings. On the other side, firms may also benefit from a more efficient recruitment process from the internet availability. And also in societies where there is massive use of internet, there is evidence that internet could provide more job opportunities, especially by allowing transition from farm employment to non-farm and also wage employment. But specifically, some evidence show that for women, internet also offers solutions to problems that are close to them, including time constraints from multiple burden of work and domestic responsibilities. We actually could think of internet as parallel to technological invention during earlier time. For example, washing machine, refrigerator, or oven that could substantially help women in managing their multiple roles. Indeed, some of the previous studies show that internet allow work flexibility and allows remote working, which could be part of the solution for women who are often trapped in the problem of trying to balance between child rearing and work, especially in societies where childcare facilities are lacking, such as in Indonesia. However, the positive evidence on the impact of internet on female labor market outcomes is mostly dominated by studies from developed countries such as the US or the European countries. And we know that they are indeed have different characteristics to developing countries, including Indonesia, in terms that they have more skilled labor, they have more conducive business environment, and solid economic infrastructure. So the question of whether internet will bring positive impact to female labor market outcomes in developing countries or in Indonesia itself is still a big question mark to answer because the evidence are still very scarce. So actually Indonesia is a very interesting case study to study about this context, considering that internet availability has greatly expanded during the past decade. So here I show you a graph that during 2011 until 2020, internet availability in Indonesia significantly improved from 38% to 48% at the national level, although it is still urban biased, meaning that villages classified as urban, they enjoy better internet access compared to villages that are classified as rural. But interestingly, also there's additional data during the last 3 years of 2018 until 2020 showing that there is also a significant increase in the proportion of villages that enjoy access to 4G network, and the increase is higher for the rural areas compared than in the urban areas. Now that we have seen that the whole internet availability thing has expanded greatly in the past decade, it is also important to look at whether access to internet at the individual level also develop at least at the same rate at the internet availability. So this graph that the slide is showing shows you that access to internet has also developed during the past decade, but what we would like to check is that whether women and men enjoy better access in accessing internet, and are they able to access the internet at an equal rate? And the answer is no, because the data shows that women continue to lag behind men in terms of access to internet. And this is not this phenomena is not exclusive to Indonesia, because it is also evident in many developing countries that women continue to lag behind men in terms of internet access. And unsurprisingly, some demographic groups of women, such as the young, the highly educated, and also women who live in urban settings, enjoy better internet access than the rest of the demographic groups. Okay, so now let's take a deeper look at what is Indonesian use the internet for. So this is data on internet utilization, and as maybe some of you have been able to guess, the majority of internet usage in Indonesia is concentrated for social media and also to read information and news. We are indeed one of the largest countries that use social media very intensively compared to the other countries in the world. But what is worth noting in this graph is that the use of internet for relatively more productive activities, such as for financing services or for selling goods or services, is rather limited. So even in the small proportion of internet users who use internet more productively, it is pretty much concentrated on certain demographic groups of women and men, like urban residents, and then individuals who are coming from highly educated sectors, and also those who live in urban settings. Okay, as I said earlier, there is a literature study that's saying that internet may help those in the labor market to look for a job more efficiently. So there is data on how internet users in Indonesia use the internet for looking for jobs, but their data is rather limited because, oops, sorry. Oh, sorry, I read wrong. Okay, so I'm talking about the internet utilization at work. Among working women, the data shows that there's a wide gap between formal and informal sector in the proportion of women who use the internet of work. So from this graph, we can learn that there is 88% of working women in the formal sector who use internet for work, while in the informal sector, the proportion is only 65%. But among those who use internet for work, there is some kind of similar trend. Firstly, the use of internet at work is mostly concentrated for communicating with consumers or their customers. But for women who use internet for work in the informal sectors, they rely more on internet for other activities such as transaction with customers or promotion activities to customers, much more than those in the formal sector. Okay, so there is some data on how people use the internet to help them seeking for jobs and how to improve the efficiency in the recruitment process. But somehow the data is very limited. We only know that people do search for jobs by, for example, contacting family or friend, contacting potential employees, registering at the job market, or self-advertise at the mass media or internet. So this is a very limited data, but using the data that we have in hand, we find that majority of women and men prefer to seek jobs by contacting their family and friends. And there's no further information of whether this activity is conducted through the help of internet or just by calling or by visiting their homes. So this is not really, we cannot reveal more information on this, but among women who belong in the labor force, in 2021, only 13% of women who self-advertise in internet for job search. Again, if we break this women who look for a job by the help of internet, it is evident that younger women, especially age 15 to 35, and more educated women are more likely to self-advertise themselves compared to their counterparts like older or less educated women. Okay, so having seen that certain demographic groups of women use internet more actively, more intensively, and also more productively, me and my colleagues at the Semeru Research Institute came up with a question of whether we will be able to observe a different impact of internet on labor market outcomes of women, depending on different groups of women. For example, depending on their age group or education, or whether they live in urban or rural settings. We can think of several possibilities. For example, while digital technologies increase work flexibility, it may also cause some low-skilled jobs to become obsolete through automation. On the other side, it is also possible that the availability of internet may open new job opportunities even for low-skilled individuals. So therefore, we conduct an analysis using Sakernas and PODES of year 2008 until 2018 to examine the heterogeneous impact of internet availability on female labor market outcomes. So, we conducted some econometric analysis, and this is our findings. We find that wider internet availability has provided young and low-educated women in Indonesia with an opportunity to work longer hours. So they have higher probability to work full-time. But not higher probability to work in formal sectors or work in skilled jobs. And internet availability has very small positive impact on women's labor force participation, but it is only evident for women in the younger age group, which is the 15 to 45 age group. And all of the statistically significant effects that we find are very small in magnitude, and we do not find any observed impact on highly educated women, which is kind of in contrary to what is found in most of the evidence from the developed countries. So how do we explain this result? So please, in reading the results, we have to bear in mind that the classification that we use for classifying skilled and unskilled work is based on the definition of Statistics Indonesia, where services and sales work are classified as unskilled work. And we contribute this, we feel that the development of the country during the period where regional technology companies such as Tokopedia or Gojek or Grab that exclusively rely on the internet to run their commercial platforms then began operating in the country around 2015, at the same time where the internet availability pretty much increasing at a faster rate than the previous years. So therefore, virtually all gig type work or online platform type work, which makes up most of the new jobs that emerge in Indonesia as a result of higher internet availability, are classified as unskilled. So this finding is mainly explained by the fact that employment opportunities that become available at the same time that internet penetration increases are on jobs that are classified as low skill. So so that's how we try our best to explain the findings. But we do not find any evidence that women who are being pushed in low-skilled jobs do so because men take over the high-skilled jobs. So there's no displacement effect in this case. So using other studies that the Semeru Research Institute conducted, we also would like to address some of the challenges that the women in the Indonesia labor market face when they are using the internet. So there are several challenges that I try to list in this slide. So for example, there are studies saying that handheld is still costly. So having a cell phone is really a challenge for some groups of families, especially those coming from the low-income families. And there's also this issue of ownership of mobile device, because in families, normally women have to share their mobile device with the rest of the families. So for example, women who want to use the cell phone to look for jobs may have to wait until the children are finished with the studies, because they are doing it online and stuff like that. And I think there is also another threat coming from online gender-based violence, because studies from Plan International show that women significantly reduce the use of internet after being harassed online, and online gender-based violence is quite prevalent in Indonesia because, again, we use social media intensively. And there's also an issue of variable quality of internet service, especially in the eastern part and the more remote part of the country. But I think among these 6 challenges that I tried to list in the slides, those 2 on the far top are the most prevalent in many studies that we encounter. So first is the low mobile literacy and digital skills, because providing internet access to women is not necessarily mean that they could use the technology to do something productive over it, or they do something sophisticated with the cell phone. It's simply just another thing, because they do not know how to use it more productively, other than applications that they are familiar, such as Facebook or WhatsApp. And also there's an issue of limited free time due to multiple burden. So women face multiple burdens, such as what Sarah has mentioned earlier. They need to get up very early to drop off their children at their parents, stuff like that. So it kind of provides them with less time to to invest in learning about these digital technologies. So those two are the most threatening challenges that the Indonesian women face in the use of internet. But that's not the findings that we found so far. There are some anecdotal evidence that show at least internet could be helpful, but maybe not in forcing women to join the labor force market, but more in terms of improving their performance in the labor market once they are in it. So for example, there is an evidence that internet helps working mothers to be more flexible and to upgrade skills. Some working mothers says that because my employer have this flexible working policy, so I come back after I do the maternity leave, and then I do not resign, so something like that. And there are also evidence where mothers or women use the support of online platform to learn or to upgrade their skills. And also there is evidence that internet may help women entrepreneurs to better manage their multiple roles. For example, for women who act as an entrepreneur but at the same time have to deal with their children, that then they can do it by using the help of several apps such as the WhatsApp, or by contacting the teachers of the child from the cell phone. And there's also evidence that the women, female, are able to distribute part of the burden to other household members thanks to the existence of YouTube and stuff like that. So what's the conclusion? So I would like to close this by saying that examining the heterogeneity of the impact of internet availability on female labor market outcome is very important, because certain demographic groups of women enjoy significantly better access than the rest of the women. And the role of internet availability is pretty much evident in the intensive margin rather than the extensive margin. But however, the magnitude is very small. And this is because women face significant challenges in reaping the maximum benefit that digitalization has to offer for them, most importantly because of the low mobile literacy and digital skills. So what to improve so that digital women, what to improve so that digital dividend can be equally distributed for women in labor markets? So at least there are 4 policies that maybe we could think of for in the future. So for one is, of course, try to reduce the gap in digital literacy and skills. And second, it's also about equal distribution of unpaid care work, because we do not want that internet enables women to do tasks, multiple tasks at the same time because of the internet, but we want internet to enable women to distribute part of the burden to other family members, so that each, for example, each husband and wife can take equal amount of the burden in the family. So another thing is that we should also improve access to internet and devices for women to close gap. And also we should also think about how to equip women with skills that match the demand drivers for digital jobs. So that's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Niken. I don't need to use my 1-minute card. Thank you so much. Now, I think the speakers for the session is very nicely flow. So start with Sarah outlining the opportunities and constraints. Mbak Niken discuss in depth about opportunities coming from digitalization. And the next speaker, Mbak Adnika Sigiro, will discuss about the constraint that previously discussed by Sarah. So she will start with the question, does access to work bring equality at home, the burden of care work in Indonesia? Adnika Sigiro, she's been teaching at the Postgraduate School of Diplomacy at Paramadina University. She's been active in human rights, women's rights advocacy in Indonesia and Southeast Asian region for more than 20 years. Adnika was a former chief editor of Jurnal Perempuan, a feminist journal in Indonesia, and one of the co-founders of Lokataru Foundation, a Jakarta-based human rights NGO. Please, silakan, Mbak.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the great opportunity for me to share with you my presentation that I draft from a paper that I'm still preparing and finalizing. After hearing from all of the presentation from this morning, I feel overwhelmed that I would like to connect the dots immediately about the situation of women in Indonesia for the past 2 decades and also the situation today. And now I'm going to present my presentation with the title, Does Access to Work Bring Equality at Home? The Burden of Care Work in Indonesia. And the previous 2 presentations is actually complement my presentation, and I'm happy to listen to their presentation. I will explore and analyze how the exclusion of care work contribution from the economy and the bias, gender bias against care work have created double burden to women and the lack of appreciation upon paid care work, particularly on the profession of domestic workers in Indonesia. My presentation will start with a question. Is it enough to have women participation in economy as a development strategy to achieve gender equality? We know that the efforts to encourage women's participation in the economy and employment have become a common recipe for global development strategies. We can see some common indicators in measuring development achievement in relation to gender equality through indicators such as female labor participation, numbers of women who hold position at top manager level, and also women's income contribution to the families. And in Indonesia, for the past 2 decades, as the previous presentation shared with us, there has been slow but steadily increase of female labor participation. We see more women holding higher position at work, and we can also see that women's income contribution increasing from time to time. Since more women have entered workforce and gained higher position, we could probably say that there has been improvement in gender equality in the economy. But my presentation is of the view that those achievements still hide some of the reality of gender inequality that continue to happen, especially within family or within households. Care work is the hidden or invisible gender inequality that I would like to discuss today in this conference. Care work, I refer to the definition made by ILO, is activities and relation involved in meeting the physical and psychological and also emotional needs of adults and children. It is the care work, which is generally done by women, that bears the invisible burden behind the achievement on gender equality in the economy and also development progress in general. As of today, the concept of care work has gained recognition in international policy discourse. We can see, for example, from the Sustainable Development Goals number 5, has set a target on recognizing and valuing unpaid care work and domestic care work, including promoting shared responsibility within household and the family. How does Indonesia translate this strategy and target? Indonesia also takes part in the SDGs agenda, including goal number 7. And in 2017, Indonesia has included report on achievement concerning goal number 5. Indonesia National Middle Term Development Plan, or RPJMN, we always call it in short, 2020-2024, sets an agenda to increase the quality and competitiveness of human resources, including on women. The RPJMN also mentioned the important role of family as the key institution for child caring and education and emphasize the equal responsibility for both men and women in education, in caring for children. However, little is mentioned regarding the heavy load of care work that must be borne by women. For example, the RPJMN make reference to the Family Development Index as a tool to measure development achievement and target on family welfare. This index measures family quality through several dimensions, such as family peacefulness, independence, and happiness. However, it seems that the concept of equal gender role in the family refers only to the shared responsibility in child caring, whereas care work activities in the family go beyond child caring duty, as we all know. So, in terms of policy strategy, we can see that although care work has been recognized in Indonesia, but it needs to be more elaborated. And my next presentation will show us the fact and figure of the situation of care work in Indonesia. The second question to my presentation is why care work is excluded from the economy. Theoretically, there are two main reasons why unpaid care work has been excluded from the economy. First, the mainstream economy usually emphasizes the monetary contribution of work while ignoring social reproduction contribution. And second, the neoclassical economy on rational choice usually ignore power relation and inequality between men and women. Therefore, when women mainly choose to work at home to handle care work, it is often perceived as consequences of the less earning made by women, or the other way around, it perceived that women earn less because they are responsible to do care work at home. So what is the situation? There are three key situations that I would like to highlight here. The situation of care work are often invisible from economic analysis and policy strategies. The first, care work is often perceived as a non-labor force. Second, women bear most of the duty of care work, while as research found, women assume more than 90% of care work at home in Indonesia. Third, the fact that care work is important also revealed during the COVID-19 pandemic, probably similar with other countries. Now I would like to show us how care work have been much invisible. The reality of care work is invisible mostly from the economic data. For example, the table that I display here show the comparison of the national survey on labor force participation in the past 2 decades, although I started only from 2004. In the statistic data, the population whose main activities are housekeeping, another form of or terminology for care work, is being categorized as a non-labor force. It falls under the same category as attending school or studying, precisely because this kind of activities do not produce direct money or income. This mode of data presentation reveals how care work has been disregarded from the productive work in terms of economy. I put housekeeping in yellow highlight, and we can see that the number of population whose activities are care work at least reach from 20% to 25% of the working age population in Indonesia. So it is a quite significant number. So if we calculate it economically, then we lose 25% of the aggregated data. Then where is women in this housekeeping works or care work in the statistic? The same data from 2004 and 2022, if we look in more detail, we can see that 90% out of those population who do housekeeping work are women. So the first row is total population who do housekeeping. The second row is female or women who do housekeeping as their main activities. The data from 2004 to 2022 show that over time, more women in Indonesia are undertaking unpaid care work and household management. This figure is actually in line with what Sarah explained earlier, that there are old constraints that prevent women from entering workforce or entering the economy. Care work, in fact, in reality, is a complex activities that must be borne by women. If we make efforts to recognize and understand care work, we can reveal the complexity of skill and human resources that are needed in handling care work in Indonesia. First, in terms of working hours, care work undeniably requires significant amount of time of a person. Particularly in this case, I emphasize women. A survey on care economy and the burden of housewives in 34 provinces in Indonesia found that women, particularly the housewife, had undertaken most of care work in the family. And this research found that averagely, housewives in Indonesia allocate time for care work for about 13.5 hours per day. So if the women are working women or working mother, it means they have to work more than 13.5 hours per day. Second, care work requires a lot of work skills. One of my research projects captured there are many kinds of care work activities that women do for their families. They cover both direct and indirect care activities, such as taking care of children, sending children to school, cooking, laundry, shopping, house cleaning, gardening, including participating in neighborhood association and house repairing. If studying house course is done at university, then to become a housewife or homemaker, we must at least having a degree in economics, psychology, nutrition, and civil engineering. Third, it is important for us to remember that during the pandemic, many countries have witnessed the intensified needs for care work, such as taking care of sick families, children education online, and other domestic works. The same situation occurred to women in Indonesia who also bear heavier burden of care work due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemics to families and household. One of the key findings on the impacts of COVID-19 pandemics on the household in national survey in Indonesia in 2020 found that there had been widening gender inequalities as women take on additional caring responsibility due to the pandemic. One of my research also found increasing care work burden to women during the pandemic due to the closing of schools, offices, and other public services. This change of family daily lifestyle consequently brought additional care work responsibility to women. In the pandemic, women also have to cope with economic hardship due to income loss, increasing health costs, and increasing household expenditure as many of the activities take place at home. The second part I would like to highlight about the situation of paid care work at home, that is the profession of domestic worker. The hidden burden and contribution of care work to society, this is slide, okay. The hidden burden and contribution of care work to society is also reflected in the profession of domestic workers in Indonesia. The contribution and burdens of paid profession whose duties are to carry out care work activities at home are also less recognized and less appreciated. I collected data that reveal lower paid domestic workers compared to the labor minimum wage or salary at provincial level. So I collect this data from 2001 and 2002. It reveals that domestic workers' salary in most of provinces are lower than provincial minimum wage, although there are slightly different trends in Central Java, East Java, and Banten. But even the number is quite moderate, I think, if we compare to the reality of the salaries that they got. In Indonesia, domestic workers' profession is not yet recognized as a formal job and is commonly associated as unskilled feminine work. Therefore, most domestic workers in Indonesia are not entitled to employment contract, minimum working hours, overtime pay, pension, and other labor rights entitlement. One of the reasons it is happened due to the perception that the work of domestic workers is an unskilled work, a feminine work that is naturally can be done by women. But different from women in general, domestic workers, they have to bear multiple inequalities and exploitation, both gender inequalities and class exploitation. Because my time is running out, so I will faster my presentation with the conclusion. Based on the finding and analysis, I would like to highlight several points. First, care work remains to be a gender type of work in Indonesia, where women must do, and there has been a lack of recognition towards care work contribution and burden. In relation to that, then entering the workforce while continuing to do the majority of unpaid care work would create definitely double burden or multiple burden to women. And the invisible contribution of unpaid care work to the family and the society, it is also reflected in paid care work in the profession of domestic workers, where domestic workers' profession is not recognized as formal job and therefore is excluded from labor rights. Finally, in order to achieve gender inequality both in family and in the society, then we have to dismantle the marginalization and bias against care work and some, policy recommendation, for start, there are at least several things to do to recognize and dismantle care work in the family and in the society. First, to set up dedicated statistic data on care work, both on unpaid and paid care work. B, to remove housekeeping activities from non-labor force classification. And third, to recognize domestic workers' profession by adopting the draft law on domestic workers, which had been in the prolegnas since 2010. So with that, I would like to conclude that women want to be able to choose what we want to do, but we definitely do not want to do more longer work hours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mbak Nika, and thank you so much for all three speakers who have really delivered amazing presentation. Now we come to the Q&A. Please keep your questions short. Just go to the question without prolog, pembukaan, forget it. Before I go to Alex, maybe this side. Yes, tengah tu, Mbak. And Pak Chris. Yeah, this side. Please mention your name and to whom your question is directed.
Hi, thanks for the talk. My name is Trevin, and I guess it's for Sarah or Niken. I'm wondering how, as we exit the pandemic, how expectation of remote working and flexible hours will impact labor participation from women?
Okay, thank you. Pak Chris?
Chris Manning. Terrific presentation by everyone, very, very interesting. I wanted to ask Sarah a question. Could she unbundle the relationship between middle class and labour force participation? I tend to think of the causality as working the other way, that is, participation rates contribute to the growth of the middle class. So what are the key elements in the definition of middle class that contributes to high rates of labour force participation?
Okay, thank you, Pak Chris. We take from Alex. One, maybe?
Hi, we've got one question online from Anne Daly, who would like to ask Sarah, has the increase in the number of Indonesian women marrying at a young age been associated with a reduction in the age at which their first children are born? And can I do one more online question? I might redirect it to Atnika because it's about homework. This is from Gina Fairuz Chatika, asking about whether flexible working arrangements could be applied to women and men and whether this would assist men with parenting and reduce the burden for women.
Okay, thank you. So we have two questions for Sarah, one question for Mbak Niken, and one question for Mbak Nika. Maybe Sarah, you would like
to. I would like to ask if Dika, who's online, would answer some of that questions. So one is on the internet. After the pandemic, whether working arrangement will change. The other one is on the relationship between middle class and labor market participation. And the last one is on children and marriage. Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, I think I will just answer some of the questions, and Sarah can add to some of the points. The first one about the statistics on whether we can also see the sign of women giving birth at younger age. So we also saw that in the statistics, not only in terms of the minimum, in terms of the first, the age of the first marriage is also going down, but also the age when women start having children. I think as many other Indonesian women can relate, when after you get married, people will start asking, kapan punya anak, when are you going to have children? So basically, that's what we know in terms of the anecdotal evidence, and that's also what the statistics has shown. And then I think in terms of the second question, after the pandemic and people got a taste of what it was like working from home, and I think the expectation is that the hybrid, maybe working from home arrangement for some days and also going to the office for some days, that's what people really are looking forward to. And many of the organizations also embrace this. And to what extent there will be like more organizations adopting this, I think we can still wait and see. But I think the expectations from the workers are already set in a way that flexible working arrangements are something that worked in the pandemic and something that they are looking forward to have more nowadays. And I think I'll just pass on to Sarah about the middle class and how that affects labor force participation.
Yeah, on that, I agree we're not establishing any causal relationship from the data, but I still think it goes probably from the middle class to the better opportunities. We're not really talking about labor force participation. And the story behind is the changing consumption patterns, because when income level rises over time, which we see in Indonesia, the size of the middle class change, and the kind of goods and services they demand are different from the goods and services the poor income classes demand. So the rising income level can be driven by a lot of things. It was driven by manufacturing growth during the Suharto era, and after the Suharto, I think it's mostly driven by the resource boom. So I still think, to conclude, the direction goes the way we proposed. But yeah, we can discuss later about that.
Thank you for the question. I think it's a very interesting question to ask regarding the expectation of remote working and also flexible working policy after the pandemic. So That's something interesting to look at once we have the data, because the information on working from home policy is just a new question that add up in this national statistics. But we could think of possible several scenarios. For example, we have to understand whether companies which have this remote and flexible working policies differ in terms of if there is any selection in terms of do they employ more women or do they employ more men? So we could assess whether this remote arrangement and flexible working affects more women or more than men. But it is also we should also think that if my premature hypothesis is that if women are more of women working in the sectors which conduct this remote and flexible working policies, and they are forced to work from home, and the husbands still work from the office as usual, and then they become carrying burden heavier than before, because when you do your work at home and you have, for example, toddlers or under 5 age babies, it's very hard to concentrate on your work if you do not have enough support. So it could have like a two-sided effects, and it's something interesting to look for in the future once we have the data. Thank you.
For Gina, yeah. I think my answer quite similar with what Niken has explained earlier. Whether flexible working hour time could be applied for both women and men. After the COVID-19 pandemic, I think many of us, corporations, offices, realize that there are things that can be done in more flexible time from home and from office that can be combined. In universities, we have now more lectures are being done in hybrid. But when we talk about whether flexible working hours will be benefiting for women or for gender equality, then we have to be careful, as what Nick can say, because working from home can actually be more stressful, and the working hours will be limitless for some people. So I think when we create policy for flexible working hours or working from home policy, then this condition must be carefully assessed. And stress from working from home during COVID-19 pandemic has been recognized in many research on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic to women and men when they have to work and handle children at home. So, thank you.
Thank you. I've seen a lot of hands raised, so start from here. Mbak Afi, yeah. And then
langsung.
Please, nama.
Selamat sore. My question is on what actually the challenges of pushing the domestic workers law that is already in the prolegnas in 2010, and whether that challenges come from us, women who are not willing to pay up to the minimum wage. So I'm just curious to know also whether there is a research on the willingness to pay and the ability to pay for the UMR. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mbak Afi. Satu lagi nggak? Lady in blue.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. My name is Thea. My question is related to the maternal and child welfare bill, which that was passed recently by the DPR. How do you see this will effectively helping women or supporting women in this sector, knowing that actually there are some contradictory with the other laws and regulations? and also it outlined how women's obligations in its articles, and without outlining men's regulation in childcare or domestic work.
Okay,
That's
thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
And I think I see Julia and Fania. Oh, no. Julia?
Thank you. My name's Julia Newtonhouse, and I wanted to ask about the prospects for alleviating the double burden of work for both Niken and Nika. Niken, you talked about greater sharing between women and men of unpaid care work, but at Nika focused more on getting recognition of the economic contribution of unpaid care work. What are the prospects of progress in those two areas in terms of actually alleviating the double burden of work for women? Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. So, anyone else? One more question from online. Is there any question from online?
I have a question from Fitri Ayunisa asking about what sort of social assistance was provided to care workers, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you. So I would like to invite maybe from Sarah again. Well, there are, the maternal child welfare support. You want to? Okay, so Mbak Adnika, maybe you can.
I think the issue of care work gets hotter now. Regarding the challenge towards the adoption of RUU Perlindungan Pekerja Rumah Tangga or draft law on the protection of domestic workers, I'm sorry that I could not make reference to exactly a research on that. But once I asked the domestic worker that worked for me before whether she would be happy to have a law that protect her job with minimum wage and specific working hours. And her question is actually negative towards the law, because then it will require her to work in an exact time, let's say 8 hours per day. That's from the domestic worker side. But of course, that question was raised without complete information of the benefit that domestic workers could get. So I think domestic workers' profession in Indonesia is still recognized as not like the job that everybody wants. It's not a job, both by workers and by the employers. So there will be a need to sociologically change the mindset of the society, not only the policymakers, but the domestic workers. Because I think one of the ways to get legislation to protect the domestic workers is for the domestic workers themselves to organize and demand for the law to be adopted. But there's no such thing significantly appear in the drafting process. Of course, if we think of the society, I think recognizing the profession of domestic workers and giving them the full benefit of labor rights will change the structure of the society, not only in terms of salaries, but also social relations. As in my presentation and in the draft paper that I prepared, many of people in Indonesia will still see domestic workers is an informal relations, a kind of relation in helping the unfortunate, for example. Or in Indonesia, there is a tradition of ngenger. Is when your family live with you, you give them food, some money, small amount of money, and it is not considered as work. So even though someone has worked as domestic worker for life, they will not want to stay and say that I want to be a domestic worker. So this is not considered a profession by anyone, because precisely the work itself is not appreciated and recognized as work. On the draft law on kesejahteraan ibu dan anak, mother and child welfare, I haven't read the whole draft, but I would say from the terminology, it will be questionable by women's rights group or feminists, because to relate the responsibility for child caring only to women, it's already a problem. But if we see pragmatically, probably we can say, okay, let's have this rather than nothing. At least there will be something to support women who must bear the duty of care work in the family. And in the COVID-19 pandemic, policy in Indonesia regarding support for caregivers, I think only in terms of cash transfer, but nothing on like for example, care work assistance person to help those who must handle sick persons or families. So the approach is still very much on cash transfer. And subsidy on electricity. There is subsidy on electricity for family with small use of electricity. So I think that would be all. I hope I don't miss anyone. Thank you.
So thank you for the questions. I think I have 2 questions to answer. So I will start with you, ma'am, about how the burden should be distributed between men and women. Well, I think I think we should force the policymakers to create policies that empower women to make choices. So it's up to them whether they want to stay at home, and so that the care work could be categorized as economical activities, as what Mbak Nika proposed, or if they want to get up and be in the labor market, they also have the alternatives to share the burden that they have with their husband, for example, in caring for their children. So yeah, I think the whole point of the discussions in women empowerment is about providing women with choices so that they can pick whatever best for them, and as long as the options are there. So regarding the RUU KIA, yeah, I think the RUU itself is actually promoting something. Well, in general, I think we agree that extending the duration of maternity leave is good. But I think the devil is in the details, because literature from developed countries which have this policy earlier than us say that it depends on how the government manage. For example, how the company should pay the women during the maternity leave. Do they get the same pay, or do they get less, like 50% or so? It could impact how the uptake of this maternity leave, and it could impact on the outcomes that they want to affect, such as their labor market participations, or the breastfeeding duration, or the health of the children themselves. And I think it's not the only policy that we should focus on, because the policy itself will, like extending the duration of maternity leave itself, is not enough to support whatever it wants to achieve, like extending the breastfeeding durations or improving women labor market outcomes. But it also should be equipped with another supporting policies. For example, mainstreaming the assistance of the fathers in caring for the children. And actually there is, I think the current regulation, I think it provides 1 month paternity leave for the PNS, but that's even before the RUU KIA is drafted. But the uptake is very low, because what they get during this 1 month paternity leave is only their basic salary, and PNS, I think, will not really rely on that for their living. So yeah, it's pretty much show that in order to achieve what the extension of maternity leave is want to achieve in the future, we have to create some supporting policies around it. So thank you.
All right, thank you. I think our time is up. So thank you so much. Please join me to give round of applause to 3 amazing speakers today. And join me to
And before you all duck off, our dances are ready, our gamelan is ready, our Indonesian food is ready, and we are expecting Bapak Ambassador to come and open our exhibition. So if you'd like to come out and make your way across the courtyard. Thank you.